Hey everybody, welcome back. I just played today my first game of Twilight Imperium 4th Edition, the Twilight's Fall, which is, if you don't know, that's the basically official version of Frankendraft. So I'm kind of coming out of retirement to make this video. I've played a lot of TI4 over the years. Even a little bit of original Franken 2. So even though I've only played one game of Twilight's Fall, I'm very familiar with the components, and I'm pretty confident, based on sort of how things went today, that I can sort of talk about this. And the reason that I'm doing this is because I think Twilight's Fall is a very poor fit of a game mode for people who don't have a ton of experience. I think you can competently play it on a mechanical level after maybe 5 games, but if you're in a game with a player who has 50 games or 200 games, you're going to get absolutely crushed at 5 games. And I don't think you should even really get near it until you probably have 25 to 40 games, just because of the fact that the synergy level between the different abilities in the draft really intensifies how skill testing the game is. It means the stronger player who may only win, 45% of the time in the regular game may end up winning 75% of the time in this game mode. So if you're new to this game mode, or maybe you have a moderate amount of TI4 plays under your belt and you're getting into Twilight's Fall and also Thunder's Edge, this kind of video is basically to help you understand the high priority drafts, the important cards, the things that you're going to want to prioritize in this game mode, so that you can be on the same footing with your friends who maybe have more experience. And a couple things to talk about too, a point of order here. We're only going to be talking about the things that you draft at the beginning of the game. So I'm mostly keeping the leader heroes, the heroes out. They call them precipices or something. They call them something else, but they're heroes. We're keeping those out, paradigms. We're keeping those out of the list right now, just because you don't draft those. So the way the game works, you originally get dealt a hand of 7 of these things, and you have to draft 3 abilities, I believe it's 3 abilities, 2 units. Maybe it's 3 units. 3 abilities, 3 units, and 2 agents. Then you pick X minus 1 of those. So you keep 2 abilities, you keep 2 units, and you keep 1 agent. So this is basically trying to help you understand, what should I pick first in this hand? What can I be confident that I can wheel around? What'll be good with certain combinations, things like that. Because if you pass the wrong cards to your opponent, in my opinion, this game can be over before you've even placed your first command counter, or even revealed the first objectives, potentially. So that's part of why I want to do this. Twilight Imperium is a 7-hour game, and I don't want people to get to a spot where they've lost the game on minute 5 of that experience. That's not going to be pleasant for anyone. So this is trying to sort of equalize the skill levels. We won't talk about the heroes. If I have time, I might go into them at the very end of the video, just because they are a little different from the base game. But we're going to start kind of just talking about these cards in alphabetical order. So going first here, let's look at Abundance. So Abundance is the Titans of Ul commander ability from regular Prophecy of Kings Twilight Imperium. Basically what it does is whenever your units use production, you get a trade good. It's pretty nice. It's kind of like a slow Sarween tools. It's how people talk about it. It's a nice little economic ability to have in the game, but unless you have a specific production-based synergy, like if you're playing the King of Thorns, or if you end up with Latanis or Floating Factories, then you're probably only going to be producing 5, maybe 4 to 6 times a game. So this is for like $4 to $6 in that situation, which is all right. This is really only super impressive in the situations where you end up with Latanis or you end up with Floating Factories. So I think for Abundance, we need to put this in C tier. It's fine. The problem is, it's a good ability. The problem is that this game mode is so fast and so crazy that a modest economic advantage, a la Sarween tools like this, is just not really going to stack up to some of the other stuff. So the next one that we have here, I guess, why don't I just go and do all the abilities first, and that way we'll do them kind of by category. So next we'll go to Airy Hollow Lattice. Airy Hollow Lattice, I'll go ahead and, it's kind of, the text here is kind of small, so I'll go ahead and pull it up on my on my monitor here. Give me just a second. So let's go ahead and pull up the abilities. There we go. Okay, so if we look at abilities, I'll try to zoom in for us here. Oh gosh, they're not alphabetical on here. They're organized by faction. Where's Area Hollow Lettuce? Are they on another page? Oh gosh. No, they're not. They're on here somewhere. But basically what Area Hollow Lettuce does is it prevents people from moving through... Here it is. Prevents people from moving through your structures. So it basically allows you to gum up your slice with PDS and things like that, which on its own is a pretty good ability. I believe this also overrides Lightwave Deflector, so it's a very, very powerful ability for that specific set of thing. That being said, I don't think that Lightwave Deflector is in this game mode unless it came back as like a relic or something, or like a hero. Although I know there are some units that can do that. And then also those structures get production 1 as well. This is a nice little workhorse ability. It's good to use to play from ahead. I think in a conventional game, this is a solid like workhorse B tier ability. Again, I think in this version of the game, you're kind of looking for crazy synergies. This is good with like the Titans PDS and things like that. But overall, I'm not crazy about it. Again, it's fine. It's nice to protect your home system. But I would say to me, this is kind of on the... It's a little better than Abundance because it does have a solid defensive, like, game-winning ability, potentially. But most of the time, it's not going to be winning games. So I'm going to put it in B here. Next, we have Aether Stream. Aether Stream is an amazing ability. Aether Stream, if you don't know what that does... Let me switch back to my regular window, by the way. Okie dokie. 1 second. Okay, so Aether Stream, if you're not familiar with it, basically what it says is the Empyreans, it's their racial technology, but it's almost like a faction ability because it's just so essential, is that whenever you activate a square adjacent to an anomaly, you can apply +1 movement to every single ship that's going into that system. So it's like a super gravity drive on most maps. There are certain spaces it's a little bit more inconsistent than gravity drive, but, you know, if you think about Gravity Drive as being one of the absolute best techs in the game, Aether Stream not only can you use it on yourself, but you can also use it on your allies, on your opponents. It's an amazing tool to give to people. It can allow you to be kind of a puppet master behind the scenes, make big plays. It's an incredible ability. I don't put it at S because S is like a breaks the game ability that, you know, almost shouldn't even be draftable in this mode. So to me, it's not S, but it's top of A. It's a very, very powerful ability. You should prioritize Aether Stream, in my opinion, quite frequently. You don't need the other Empyrean abilities for this to be good. Okay. Next, we have Agency Supply Network. And Agency Supply Network is a little bit weird. It is, I'm just going to read it for you here. It is once per action when you resolve a unit's production ability, you can resolve another one of your unit's production abilities in any system. So basically, it doubles the efficiency of your activation builds. So, you know, if you're just activating the build, you don't have like Scanlink or anything. This allows you to also go build at home at the same time. Pretty handy. And then I guess also the other thing to mention is that this doesn't necessarily activate the system. So if you build out of a forward dock, you can then build at home, and those units are not locked. So actually quite a useful ability. This is supposedly for Keleris. I haven't ever played Keleris before, so I don't know if this actually belongs to Keleris or not. Some of these abilities are labeled for a faction, but don't actually belong to that faction. A little bit weird, but kind of interesting. I think this is a very solid ability. The ability to put out ships that are unlocked is really the essential thing here. You know, same thing. You can build at home and then use that to build it out of a forward dock. That ship is now unlocked. It looks simple, but it's actually quite good. So to me, this is like kind of between B and A tier. It helps you for control objectives in particular. It does have an economic component as well with saving you command counters. So I think I could put this maybe at the bottom of A. Could go top of B, but that's kind of the zone that we're looking at here. Next up, we have Amalgamation. And Amalgamation is basically the Volwraith Cabal. You're basically... What that's telling you is like, hey, this is the entire Volwraith Cabal ability set. I'm not going to explain in super detail how that works, but what I will just say is that essentially it makes you a pirate. You capture your opponent's ships when you kill them, and then you can spend those ships as free resources. So it ends up being very powerful. One thing to know about this is it's not connected to the whole Volwraith package. So having this doesn't necessarily mean that you also get, the ability to spend them for unit upgrades, for example, I don't believe. Yeah, so this basically you capture the units when you kill them, and then you can spend them for free for production, releasing your hostages. The interesting thing about amalgamation here is it doesn't define the release condition of the units. That may be defined in the general rulebook under capturing, so I think it would still apply. But as far as I know, this does not allow you to actually skip tech things to upgrade, partially because the technology system isn't even in this game, this version of the game rather. Now, fundamentally, this is an economy cheating ability. Like, this allows you to make border skirmishing and conquest actually viable, because you are going to always come out on top of your opponent in terms of the trades, as long as you're getting some basic amount of kills with the fighting. Like, obviously, if you're throwing destroyers in and you're getting killed without killing anything, it's not going to be good. But getting what's almost the entire Volwraith Cabal faction minus the movement is very, very impactful. Now, I will say one of the downsides of amalgamation is that if you're not careful, you can really piss people off by having this, and it can draw you some ire as well. But when you have as many units as what amalgamation can give you, you're kind of more resistant to that. So I think amalgamation is a game-changing ability, but it is kind of situational. You kind of have to be built for war. If you're trying to do like a slower build-up kind of economic-based gameplay, and this is a big economic bonus, but it's only an economic bonus if you fight. So to me, this kind of fits into B. Can be very game-changing, can be A in some situations, but can be C in other situations. This can be an active liability for a new player if you're not confident in the mechanics of the game's combat system. Like, for example, if you don't have an intuitive understanding of, like, let's say 3 dreadnoughts versus 2 carriers and 5 fighters. Who wins that conflict, right? If you can't know that off the top of your head, just by understanding the mechanics of the game's combat system, probably you do not want amalgamation, because you're not going to end up picking the right fight. So that's kind of my opinion on that. Next, going to Ambush. Ambush is one of Mintak's signature abilities. It says that basically you get to pre-fire cruisers and destroyers at a maximum of 2 before a combat, and make your opponent take those hits before the combat starts. Now, based on the way that the game's combat system works, hits that are produced before the combat have an outsized effect on the actual results of the combat, due to the fact that if your opponent loses ships before the die rolls even start, then you're going to get those higher tail end distributions by cutting off potentially their combat rolls. The problem is this ability is very weak to sustained damage. So if your opponent's going for non-Euclidean shielding or something, and you ambush him, let's say you even have a cruiser upgrade, and you ambush him, it's really not that good. They'll sustain damage, and that may be your entire ability gone. Unlike something like Amalgamation, which can make war profitable, Ambush really doesn't. And it's not all of that big of a deal in terms of actually... in terms of how the right way to say this? In terms of actually deterring aggression, to be honest, Ambush doesn't really deter without that much aggression. It's not as good as something like an assault cannon. It's you're talking about generating at most 2 hits, and the fleets in this version of the game are just going to be a lot larger than that. So I personally don't think very highly of this ability. It's a maximum of 2. That's the main problem. I think we're talking about a C tier ability. I could put it in D, but I think that what ends up happening in this version of the game is that it's a lot more combat oriented than the base game for a couple of different reasons. I'm not going to get into them right now, but a combat ability that can potentially swing combats is probably worth more than a D tier ability. So I'll put it in C. Next is Armada. Armada is weirdly, it's kind of an early economy upgrade. To me, this is kind of a quintessential B. It basically gives you 2 command counters at the start of the game. It's not that simple, because as far as I know in Twilight's Fall, you can't redistribute your command counters mid-round like you can in regular TI4 with the Warfare card. But the nice thing is that it does mean that the 5 ships in 1 system objective is scoreable for you round 1. It makes you more resistant to Neuroglaive, which is more common in this mode than it would be in regular TI4. And it means that you can take command counters out of your fleet pool early and put them in other pools. So by round 2, you've got a command counter advantage. So it's an economic advantage that shows up starting around 2, round 3, round 4, and it kind of just helps you in the mid game. It's okay. I would never first draft it, but you know, it's decent. It's a good ability to have. You're never going to be sad to have it. Whereas some of these abilities, you know, you may not get anything useful out of them. So next up is Assimilate. And Assimilate's a very interesting ability. It's a game-changing ability, but it doesn't do anything most of the time. Many games, you will never trigger Assimilate at all. You're never going to use it. But in the games that you do use it, it can be a game-winning ability. It is absolutely brutal. Assimilate basically allows you, when you conquer someone, to really put them out of the game. Because you can build out of their space docks immediately afterwards. You can block them off with PDSs. I think you need a specific setup to make Assimilate work. It's a powerful ability, but it's just, the use case is not always going to be that obvious. It's good, but you have to be looking at a conquest game plan. And I think that's more common, again, in Twilight Fall than normal. To me, again, it sits in the sort of the combo space. I'm going to put it in C. It's better than Ambush, and it is a powerful ability situationally. It's kind of like Amalgamation in that respect, but we'll move it up to B. I hate to say it, but just because you can literally put somebody out of the game with this. Now, obviously, it's better to win the game for yourself than to end the game for someone else. There's a lot of really important control objectives that this can accomplish. So we'll put Assimilate in the bottom of B. Okay, next up is Awaken. Awaken has been changed a little bit to work without you necessarily having to have the entire Titans play kit. Obviously, the way that Awaken works in the regular game could not work in this mode because we don't have the sleeper tokens. That's just too parasitic a mechanic to work in this type of mode. So what they've done instead is they've made it so that Awaken is essentially, after you activate a system that contains one or more of your infantry, you can replace one of those infantry with a PDS from your reinforcements. So it lets you awaken an infantry into a PDS after activation. That's pretty useful. So, like, structure objectives are a big part of the game. Unless you have Latanis, the PDS is generally going to be more valuable anyway. And then there's some really cool PDS upgrades in this version of the game that you can use. So I think this is a solid ability. This ends up translating to points a lot of the time. You know, to me, it's kind of an A. It's like a back of A, top of B type ability. It makes you really hard to attack. Now, I will say the downside is that you only have a certain number of PDS. It's only like 4 or 5 PDS. So you don't, like, this isn't going to be something that you necessarily want to draft at the beginning of the game. It's more something that you would want to draft off of the, excuse me. More the thing you would want to draft in the mid game off of a technology card or off of one of the action cards or something. Just because if you get it at the very start, you're going to probably run out of the ability to use this unless you get one of the abilities that lets you use the PDS in combat, which I believe is limited to the Titans. So, yeah, that's Awaken. It's pretty good. Next up is we're not bioplasmosis. We're at biosynthetic energy. If that doesn't sound familiar to you, that's because it's an ability from one of the new factions, the Last Bastion. And what gosh, let me find this stupid thing because it's so small on the screen. Let me see if I can read it here. Oh yeah, this is basically the don't talk to me tech. Don't interact with me, leave me alone. This is actually pretty helpful. This prevents players from stealing, swapping, messing with your components, so your build. There's a lot of cards in the action card deck for this mode that trade abilities, swap abilities, steal abilities. I find it a little bit invasive. I got that card twice today, and it was I just felt bad. I didn't want to take people I didn't want to give somebody like a D tier ability in exchange for an S tier ability. It just felt like a game ruining thing for such a long game. And the ability to be immune to that type of effect is pretty important. It also prevents your cards from being sabotaged, which is just very good. I would put biosynthetic in A tier. I think there's an argument that it's S. I just don't see it as being game breaking. Because in order for biosynthetic to be good, you already have to be ahead in some capacity. You have to have like if you're sitting at 2 points while the leader's on 6 points, the fact that you have biosynthetic synergy is not going to matter. Because nobody probably wants your stuff anyway. So it's good for holding a lead that you've already got. It's convenient. It's helpful. But it's not something that's going to win you the game necessarily. Maybe that means it should be part of B tier. I'll put it top of B. Yeah, I think it's just you have to you don't want to first draft this because you need your S tier stuff to actually put you in a position to win before this is going to be useful. Next is bioplasmosis. Bioplasmosis was a technology. I think it still is a technology for the Arborec. It's garbage. It was terrible as something that you had to pay for resources and a command counter to buy, which sometimes you had to do because of the secret objective. And it's not any better now. Removing ground forces from planets you control and placing them on adjacent planets, shuffling your infantry around. It's just kind of like, who cares? Why is this important? Maybe if you have a ton of infantry next to Mechatol, you can move them on to Mechatol. Okay. But the thing is, there's War Suns that bombard like a billion dice in this version of the game. I don't find this useful. To me, bioplasmosis is a D tier ability, and it's the kind of thing where like if you're drafting this and somebody else is drafting like Foresight, you're just gonna lose. So it's pretty important to understand that this is not useful. Next is Chaos Mapping. Chaos Mapping is a very useful ability. It allows you to produce a unit at the start of your turn before you do anything. So it basically lets you pop out a unit from one of your docks that's not locked, or potentially from one of your infantry if you have Litani, or your PDS or whatever if you have area hollow lattice, and then you can immediately use those units. So pretty helpful. Honestly, it's just very strong. It's a good playmaking ability. It's one of the reasons that it's our S tier in Twilight Imperium. To me, this is a better version of Agency Supply Network for the most part. Agency Supply Network can produce more stuff, but this lets you attack somebody with a unit that doesn't even exist on the turn before, right? So it makes your docks incredibly dangerous. To me, this is like an A tier ability. Okay, Courier Transport. This is, I believe, one of the abilities of the Ralnel in the new expansion. And it's interesting, I guess. So basically, it's a little complicated, but it allows you to move your structures in and out of systems when you activate. So it almost is like, what's the right way of explaining this? It's almost like making your structures transportable with your ships. That's not exactly what it does, but it's pretty close to that. So just a very useful thing to have around. I can't find it in the list here, but it's interesting to be sure, the idea of moving your PDS around. If you have the right PDS unit, this can be very good. I would say that this is a combo-oriented card for the most part. It's not as strong as Assimilate, in my opinion. I'm going to put it in C tier. It's better than like the other C tier abilities, but it is interesting. You don't have the rest of the ground null kit, so it's not great in my opinion, but you can build something more interesting than that sometimes. So Crafty basically says you have no action card hand limit. So if you have Crafty, you can go over your maximum card number. This is a basic Yssaril ability from the base game. It's not the most important Yssaril ability. The most important one is the ability to draw the extra action cards. But I mean, hey, if you're already kind of doing that, then yeah, I mean, it's good to have. Certainly, the ability to save up all your stuff and then blitz someone out at the end is part of what this is doing. and it's doing it powerfully. So, um, I would say that I don't know. The thing is, the action cards are way stronger in this version of the game. Like they're so powerful. Um, but I think that means you end up using them a lot. So I don't think that this ends up doing a whole lot. It's a playmaker in the Asarl kit, but it's not that useful for anybody else. To me, this is a C. It's fine to have if you draw it off of like a card or something, but you're never probably going to draft this, which is I think is the bottom line. Okay, Crucible. Crucible means that your space docks turn into gravity rifts, which add movement to your ships, and you don't roll for the rifts. It's a very useful movement technology in the game that doesn't have gravity drive. That does kind of change the way that you're going to approach the entire way that you build your civilization. So you kind of want to link up your docks when you have this to make almost like a super highway. Most people use it to make a tall Rex. Some people can do it to an opponent's slice, or you can do something that's a little bit more oblique. But in general, movement technologies are important. They're very good in this game, and this is in fact providing that. So to me, Crucible, it's pretty good. I'd probably put it in B. It's not quite at A, but it's kind of in that ballpark. Next, we have Devotion. Devotion is the Yin Brotherhood's ability to sacrifice themselves in combats, space combats specifically, to deal hits to the opponents. So what you can do is you can sacrifice a destroyer or a cruiser to, at the end of a round of combat, which is important, you have to actually survive the combat, in order to assign a hit to someone else's stuff. You assigning the hit is important. It allows you to pick off high-value targets like flagships and war suns, carriers, things like that. And it's weird. It's an ability that hurts someone else more than it helps you. It can help you destroy their greatest ship. It can help you win certain combats. But destroying a carrier doesn't cause all the fighters to instantly die. They still keep fighting because the fleet supply isn't checked until the end of the combat. So Devotion is you hurting yourself to also hurt somebody else. It's okay. I mean, it's fine if you have a cruiser upgrade that's valuable or a destroyer upgrade that's valuable, but it's not something that I would ever seek out. So to me, it's like a situational playmaker. I think this goes in C. It's less useful than Ambush, which is more consistent at providing hits without costing you something. Even if you can't put the hits necessarily where you want them to go, this is going to be more valuable in the early game. Okay. Next, we have Dimensional Splicer. Dimensional Splicer, I believe... Let me double check. I wonder if I can Control F this. Does that work? Nah, it doesn't. Okay. Dimensional Splicer. Was worth a try. Oh, that's not the Volwraith. That's the Ghost Creus ability. So what the Dimensional Splicer does is it says at the start of a combat, a system that contains a wormhole in one or more of your ships, you can produce a hit and assign it to an opponent's ship. So basically, when you're fighting in a wormhole, you get a free hit that you can assign on your opponents. I think this is better than Devotion because it does not cost you your units to use, and what's more, it doesn't require a specific type of ship. Devotion, you gotta have cruisers or destroyers. Dimensional Splicer, you can send, okay, I'm gonna go 3 dreads to the wormhole nexus and make something happen. Now, I mean, this isn't as good necessarily as it is for Ghost of Creus in the real game because you probably won't have a lot of control over where the wormholes go. But there are ways to make it happen to put more wormholes on the map, and I think it's okay. It's a fun ability to be sure. To me, it kind of goes in C. It's fine. Can be good, usually isn't. Dimensional Terror. Dimensional Terror. Didn't we just talk about Dimensional Terror? Am I, tripping here? It's about Amalgamation. Did I talk about Crucible? Crucible is the promissory note. It's your ships do not roll for gravity rifts. Apply an additional 1+ movement to the values of your ships that move through a gravity rift. Oh, okay. So Crucible. So I was sorry. So I was ranking Dimensional Terror when I ranked Crucible. Crucible here really probably ought to because dimensional tear is what makes the space docks gravity rifts, and then you're not rolling for them. Crucible just gives you more movement from those gravity rifts, which is like fine. It's a cool ability. The problem is like it's extremely map dependent. To me, this is kind of C tier. It's like fine. You'll know if this is good based on the map. But I meant to put Dimensional Tear up there. Interesting, by the way, that they're both blue, when really I think these are probably red abilities. But I guess they're not. They're movement abilities. So the colors don't really matter here. You don't get distracted by the symbols on these. Those are just for bookkeeping. There's no ability to research technology in this version of the game. So all this is really doing is telling you what color technology it is for 2 and 2 colors and other objectives. So it is interesting to like see what it implies, but it's not that important. Distant Suns. This is basically the NRA's ability that makes them the NRA. It basically says like when you explore a planet, you get to draw 2 cards and choose which one you want to explore with. So you have advantage on exploration essentially. It makes the NRA good. It removes randomness from your explorers. Now that being said, even if this is like an S tier ability for the NRA, it's not probably an S tier ability in this version of the game, because if you open with this, it's going to work on like 4 to 6, 4 to 7 explorers, and then that'll be it, unless you can get some kind of ability that'll help you out. And if you get late in the game, it may not do anything. So this is very timing dependent. I'm going to base this on like how it would be if you drafted it, which for me is like high B. It's a very good ability, but you kind of need the other parts of the NRA's kit, like the ability to make relics that have 2 shards, or the ability to re-explore planets for this to be good. So it can be good, and it's kind of a combo piece. But it's a combo piece that has a direct value without you necessarily having to get the other pieces of the combo. So I think it's pretty decent. Next is E-Res Siphons. E-Res Siphons is S tier. It's probably our first S tier technology. This basically says whenever anyone attacks you, get 4 trade goods. So there's a lot to talk about with this, and it's already been discussed to death in the main game. But the idea is like attacking you is really, really bad for opponents, because you're going to make so much money. This gives you a full command encounter's worth of money and more money after that. So you can even deal make with this ability where you say, hey, if you attack me here to give me the 4 trade goods, I'll give you the extra one, right? Or whatever. You can use this to generate money. Or I'll pay you 3 to refund your command counter, and I'll keep the 1 as a profit, right? And what's more, you don't have to have ships move in. It's just activation. It's just when they activate you. So if they fire space cannon on you, if they, if they're sharing a system and they're using production ability of one of their units, things like that, like you still get paid, and you get paid a lot. Like 4 trade goods is a lot. Now it's not as much as it was in like vanilla TI4, where it just like unbalanced the game and broke it. But it's still, I think, one of the absolute best economic abilities in the game. And it's a defensive ability to boot. And sometimes you'll be in situations where there's spin objectives you need, and people want to attack you because you're in the lead, but they can't do it, because if they did, then you would, like, taking your planets becomes pointless. Well, we have to spend 16 resources. Okay, well let's take the 4 resource planet away from him. Well, you can do that, but he's just going to get the 4 back on the E-Res. So E-Res Siphons is an S tier. The strongest S tier, but it's, in my opinion, still an S tier ability. Next we have, let's see here, Entropic Harvest. I don't know what that is, actually. That's must be one of the new abilities. Let's see here. Entropic Harvest. At the end of any player's combat, gain 1 commodity. Oh, yeah, that's the Crimson thing. Gain 1 commodity or convert 1 of your commodities to a trade good. Yeah, so this is any player's combat. You don't have to be their neighbor, so every time anybody fights, you get paid. This is pretty decent. It's better than the abundance ability for sure, just because people are going to be fighting more often than you're creating and producing most of the time. And also, it doesn't specify like space or ground combat. So if somebody invades the system and then they land troops afterwards. That's 2 trade goods. So it's quite a bit of money. And it works on any player, so it works on yourself. So if you want to go make money, you can use this to go make money. I don't think it's as good as E-Res Siphons, just because it doesn't have the same built-in anti-interactivity to it. But I do think it's an A-tier ability. Okay. Next up, we have Fabrication. Fabrication, I believe, it's one of the NRA's abilities. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Supercharge Fabrication. Here it is. Let me put that window back up. There you go. Now you can see it. So Fabrication says action purge 2 of your relic fragments. So this is basically the ability that I was talking about earlier for NRA, the one that makes them NRA, essentially makes them one that makes them good, that allows you to, for 2/3 the cost of anybody else, get relics. So if you can get Distant Suns and Fabrication, then congratulations, you just remade one of the one of the factions from just regular TI4. Now I don't think they brought over the technology that NRA has that lets you ready planets when you explore them, which would be pretty dang good. It would be pretty awesome, but they don't have it in this version of the game. So Fabrication still pretty awesome. Relics are extremely powerful. So for me, Fabrication, it kind of is in the same tier as Distant Suns, where it's good, but it kind of needs the other ability to work. You need these 2 together for the most part, or you need some other source of these shards. So it's fine. I would put it in B tier. If the game's close, this can give you an edge. If someone's blowing out the game with they have an 8-point lead and everyone else is at 4, this is not going to matter. But still, it's good. Next we have Fleet Logistics. Fleet Logistics is an S tier ability. It's actually better than E-Res Siphons. Fleet Logistics is one of the most important and most effective abilities in the game. It doesn't seem that way, and it's one of the most skill testing abilities in the game, because it is not the case that you want to use Fleet Logistics every action. In fact, it's usually a bad thing to use Fleet Logistics, because you want to be passing later in a round in general. Generally speaking, Fleet Logistics is better the later you get it. I don't think I would draft it first in most hands, but in round 4 or round 5, I'll be very happy I have a Fleet Logistics. It allows you to... It's mostly powerful for its interaction with Imperial, allowing you to score Mechatol points and public objectives after taking military actions. So it's one of the most important military techs in the game. It's also good for defense. It's good for just a lot of playmaking abilities. It's extremely flexible, very good to have. They've logged it under Calarius here, which feels weird, I guess, just because it doesn't belong to a faction, and they had to put it somewhere. So Calarius is where it goes, I suppose. But yeah, that's Fleet Logistics. Next up, we will have Foresight. Foresight, to me, is a D tier ability. It allows you to spend command counters to retreat after being attacked, skipping the combat entirely. That sounds good, and there's a strategy with it in Neuroglaive that people like to do where they will get in someone's face and then just retreat over and over and over again and just be a nuisance and cost them command counters. The problem with that is these Foresight retreats cost you command counters, so the most important use of the ability is preventing your opponents from having getting their action phase secret objectives, which again hurts them more than it helps you. The system's locked down, so it's not as good as a skilled retreat. It's not awful. It's not nearly as bad as Bioplasmosis, but it just doesn't help you very much. And it isn't even that good on Nalu, let alone when on a faction that doesn't necessarily have, you can't guarantee that you're going to have Fighter 2s or you're going to have Neuroglaive. So to me, Foresight is a D tier ability, just not something that you want unless you've got something kind of combo with it, or unless you can use it to get space area control objectives, things like that. If you know the perfect situation for it, then awesome. But generally it's not that good. Okay, let's switch back now to the tier list. Okay, there we go. We have Future Path. So this has been changed a little bit. It's basically Nomad's future sight from the regular game, and what it does is it gives you triple the trade goods when you either pop the trade strategy card or pick up a strategy card and the trade goods that are on it. So usually this is going to turn trade strategy card from giving you 3 trade goods before trade with other people to getting 9 trade goods. It's a good economic ability. It's a lot of money. The only problem with it is people are going to take trade to deny you. So, it's people will notice when you get that 9 trade good boost and say, wow, that's a lot. We probably shouldn't let him have that anymore. And then you kind of have a problem, in my opinion. Like, maybe that gets you better strategy card picks, but to me, this is a B tier ability. It's good. It's good economy. You can probably use it every round because even if you don't get trade, you can probably pick an unpicked strategy card. But there's definitely gonna be rounds where it's like, okay, I'm picking Imperial this round. Imperial was picked last round, so I'm not getting anything at a Future Path here. So situationally, it's a huge bonus, but you're not always gonna get to use it. Okay. Next up is genetic research. This is a weird one. So genetic research is at the start of the status phase. This is a deep run effect. You can trade in one of your abilities. That's the things we're talking about now. You can put it back and draw a random new ability. That's interesting, and that allows you to roll the dice, try to build combos and adapt. And in theory, I love the idea of this. The problem is, like, I don't know. I mean, you don't have any ability to control what you're getting is the problem. Over a very long time horizon, yeah, you can probably use this to sculpt your cards. But I don't know. It's just not that good unless you're picking up bad abilities. So to me, I'm gonna say this is C. I can see some use for it, but I don't think it's that good. Next up is Guild Ships. This is Hakan's basic ability. This allows you to trade with anybody regardless of adjacency, and it also lets you trade action cards. The second part's pretty important here because action cards in this version of the game are very powerful. This is a very king-making ability. Basically, this is like I should say king-slaying. This is something that you do that you're really glad you have when you're in second place and the first place guy has got to die, but you're not able to kill him, so you give your cards to somebody else and get them to do your dirty work for you. Also, it helps you with early game economy a little bit, but really that's not what makes Hakan a con. What makes Hakan a con is they have so much money. They get the massive commodity limit that always refreshes, and that's more important than the trade with anybody ability. For me, Guild Ships is kind of C. It's kind of like a helps you get out of second place ability, but it's not really going to help you get into the lead in the first place, which is the most important thing. It's fine. It's not bad. Next is Harrow. Harrow is the L1Z1X bombardment ability that says after each round of ground combat, you bombard the planet in the active system with all of your units with bombardment. So, this basically is telling you, like, go heavy on Dreadnoughts, maybe on War Suns. This will help you win ground combats really easily. And, I mean, it's nice to have an ability that basically says, like, you're not going to lose ground combats. The problem with Harrow is, in order for this to work, this is a C-tier ability, by the way. In order for this to work, you really have to win the space combat first. Right? You got to win the space combat for Harrow to be useful to you. And, of course, Planetary Shield is going to stop you unless you've got War Suns. If you're winning space combats with War Suns, you probably don't need help with bombarding anyway. Over a very long ground combat, this can be very impactful, but that usually doesn't happen in this version of the game. So it's fine. It's good if you have the right setup. It's not generally applicable. Really cool ability, though. Next is Indoctrination. This is the Yin Brotherhood ability. And with this is like the thing the Yin are known for. Start with ground combat. You can spend 2 influence to take one of, and this is start, by the way, not the end, like Harrow. This is a better ability than Harrow, to replace 1 infantry with one of your infantry. So, a couple things here. First, you're gonna, by using this, you're gonna be able to potentially automatically win some ground combats. To me, I want to put this almost in A. I'll put it in B. This allows you to automatically win some ground combats. The 2 influence cost is annoying, but I think this version of the game is so fast and so rich that it ends up not mattering as much. And remember, this is a 2 infantry swing in your favor, right? Opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Very impactful, especially if you've got mechs that can tank the hits for the infantry, which this does work with mechs as well. I like Indoctrination. I think it's great with Gom Sekis and things like that. It's a cool ability. It's a B tier ability. Not amazing, but it's fun, and it's a good reason to play this expansion. Okay, Inheritance Systems. This one is crazy. I think. Well, I don't know. It's not that crazy if you pick it up late, but I think if you pick it up early, it's an S tier ability. So basically, this is like super hypermetabolism. They took neuromotivator and hypermetabolism and jammed them into one technology. You get 1 extra command counter and you get 1 extra action card. So the longer the game is, the more powerful this is. The earlier you get this, the more powerful this is. This is 2 high-value technologies crammed into 1. I would probably first draft this most of the time. It's an S when you get it in the first round draft, because it kind of breaks the economy of the game. These action cards are incredibly powerful. And in like mid-game, it's probably more like B. Late game, it's more like C or even D. I'm gonna put it in S, just because like that's how I would draft it, with the caveat that like the later this goes, the more you would want to discount this. And I do think it's interesting that this is what they do have for Inheritance Systems. Almost like an admission that Inheritance Systems, as construed in the regular game, it's not a real tech. It doesn't work. So, I appreciate the admission there. So next up we have, I believe it's Instinct Training, right? Instinct Training is one of my most enjoyable extra racial technologies. It's pretty simple. It's a sabotage on a stick. It says when a player would play an action card, spend a command counter from your strategy pool to cancel that action card. Now, unlike regular Instinct Training, this does not exhaust. So you can keep doing this for as long as you've got counters, which is a big buff. It was already, in my opinion, an A tier technology, and they've kind of buffed it in this version of the game. Now, you do have to get your economy up. This is, again, kind of like Airy Hololith, where it helps you win from ahead. But it can also help you stop somebody else from winning, too. A lot of victories hinge on action cards. And I think there's fewer shatters in the card deck than there are sabotages in the regular deck. So, for me, this is top of A. It may not be S, but it's pretty close. I would say it's on par with Aether Stream. It's a very, very good ability. I almost want to make an S++ to kind of differentiate it. If we had an S++, Instinct would go in A, and then I guess, Latani 2, when we get to that, will go in S++. But for now, let's keep going. Okay. We are now at Liberate. Nope. Hegemonic Trade Policy. This is bad. This allows you to swap the resource and influence values during one use of production. This is bad. This is one of the Winnu technologies from back when the Winnu were like the most garbage faction in the game. It's good for putting a space dock on Mechatol and then capitalizing on that. I don't think you should really ever draft around the assumption that you're getting Mechatol. If you can draft like, I don't know, Crucible or something like that, or you can draft like, Hell Titan or like Saturn Engine 2, then okay, fine, yeah, this will be pretty good because you can reinforce Mechatol or what have you. But you have to have a space dock first. This is very situational. For me, this is a very much a D tier ability. And I think that the designers know this is a D tier ability, so I think that they expect for this expansion to be very skill expressive, and they just kind of expect players to be able to differentiate the good abilities from the bad abilities. So that's my my assumption here. It's kind of a roguelike design philosophy. So now we've got hegemonic out of the way. Thank God, that stupid thing. And now we would have Lazak's gatefolding, which is the Winu's other main technology. And I'm sorry if you are a Winu fan. I know one of the big YouTubers for TI4 is like Winu's his favorite civilization. I've never understood anyone who like Winu. It's such a boring faction to me. But anyway, that's enough about that. So Lazarus gatefolding, what does it do? I'm going to go ahead and switch the screen over so that you guys can see, because it's a little bit of a confusing ability. So hopefully you can see it kind of in the green there. So Lazarus gatefolding, which I don't think is a green ability. I think they changed it for this, which is kind of interesting. So during your tactical action, you can treat systems with legendary planets you do not control as if they contain both an alpha and a beta wormhole. Basically, this makes you good at attacking Mechatol and Legends, because you can treat your wormholes as though they're adjacent to those spaces. So it's not horrible. It's not as bad as it was in the base game, where there were no legendary planets. So this didn't do anything. This was Mechatol only. It's a little better than that. You know, this allows you to like attack, for example. This allows you to go into Malice early, which, you know, if you can get set up on Malice early, that's great. This does like legitimately let you do that. The problem is it doesn't work without wormholes in your slice, so it's pretty situational. If you can use this to get Mechatol, or if you can use this to get Malice, then I think it's a good ability. Most of the time, that's not what's going to happen. So I think, you know, to me, this isn't as bad as hegemonic trade policy, but it is. It's definitely. It's not great. It's going to be sitting in the bottom of C tier, in my opinion. You can use it situationally; it can be good, but I wouldn't count on that. Liberate. Okay, so Liberate is the basic ability of. If you're not familiar, Liberate is the basic ability of the new Bastion faction to. When you conquer a planet, when you conquer a planet, you can ready it if you have enough infantry on the planet, and if you don't, you get to place an infantry on the planet. So it helps you reinforce the things that you capture. That's nice. It's like a kind of a weaker version of Latani 2. If you have this with Latani 2, it's great. This is kind of like Dax of Animators, I guess. The ability to ready the planet is nice, but you have to be going whole hog on infantry for this to be good. I think it's good in Gomsekis builds and Latani 2 builds, things like that. But yeah, it's a combo piece at best, in my view. Yeah, I mean, Dax of Animators is really a pretty horrible ability. So, you know, following in that footsteps, I think we have to say that Liberate is. Well, readying planets is good, but I think this is still D tier. You just don't want this. It's probably the best of the D tier abilities, but I would not go for this. Dax of Animators was at one point probably the worst tech in TI4. So that's not great. Okay. Next up, we have not Mirror Computing. We have Magmus Reactor. Magmus Reactor is pretty cool. So what Magmus Reactor is it is the Muat's basic ability to actually interact with supernovas. So when you have Magmus Reactor, apologies for my stutter there, you can move through supernovas, and I think this version might also, let me double check here, might also let you just straight up exist in supernovas. Where are the embers? Hello? Embers of Muat. Here they are. Magnus Reactor. You can move into and through supernovas. Yeah, so it gives you both sides of the ability. Each supernova does not contain other players' units. I'll go ahead and I'll put this back on the screen here so you guys can see. So each supernova that does not contain other players' units and each system that contains one or more of your War Suns gains production 5 abilities for one of your units. So what does that mean? So basically, your War Suns gain production. So this is like giving you real Starforge hours. Turns your Starforges kind of into floating factories. Now you have to have War Sun. You have to have some kind of War Sun tech in order for this to be good. But okay, yeah, it makes your War Suns floating factories. That's great, and then it gives you the ability to move through supernovas. And also the supernovas themselves can produce units. So you've got your own little impassable tile that you can, or I'll say semi-impassable tile that you can call your little extra home. It's a cool ability. If you're rich enough to get to War Suns, then awesome, like great. But you're talking about maybe potentially needing to have Muat starting fleet, having some kind of economic abilities, having the War Sun technologies. I think it's situational. It's a cool ability, and on the right map, it'll be very good. I would put this in C. So let me go ahead and switch back now to the tier list. There we go. So for me, we're going to go ahead and put Magnus Reactor in C tier. It's not bad, but it doesn't quite hit like the B tier card. I think it could be bottom of B, but I'm not there yet. It's a useful ability. It requires a lot of other things. So you can pick this late. You don't have to draft this early. If you draft one of the War Sun techs or you draft Muat starting a fleet or whatever, you can pick this up late and it'll be good. But most of the time, it's something you can ignore. I guess the movement advantage probably does make this worth putting in B tier, especially because DET is so accessible. Yeah, let's put it in B tier. Let's put it in B tier. Wouldn't go higher than that, but yeah. Okay. Next up, we have Mirror Computing. Wherever it is. There it is. Mirror Computing. Really, really good ability. It's a game-defining ability that, they... How do I explain this? They put it at the end of a tech tree for a reason. We got the tech trees that require this investment. Getting Mirror Computing from the beginning of the game is basically a doubler of your economy. Not quite, because you're not, probably the majority of your economy is coming from planets a lot of the time. And you don't have pillage necessarily. So I guess Mirror Computing in this game mode, it's an S tier technology in the regular game, but if you don't have pillage, you can't necessarily will trade goods into existence. People actually have to trade them with you. And if that's the fact, it's probably not S tier. But it doesn't take that much to make it S tier. Like, all you have to do is pick up some of these abilities that give you trade goods. I don't know. It's just such a valuable thing. It lets you double your spends for your objectives too. Like it's really, really good. I think it's got to be S. I think it does, because it's not going to be that hard once you've got Mirror Computing to find other sources of trade goods. Yeah, it's just not. Now you're not going to be getting X-1s anymore from people if the table's smart. But I mean, you might be able to find the right person, right? If someone pissed off your neighbor, you may just be able to be like, hey, if you trade with me on a regular basis, I can make his life more difficult. So, yeah, I think it's got to be S tier. Honestly, it's not as good as. Let me put it this way: the floor is Inherent Systems is more steady. But Mirror Computing can outcompete it in terms of pure economy. It's incredibly useful. It's a really, really good ability. You want to first draft it, especially if you have a 4-commodity faction. Okay, next up, mitosis. Okay, this one's like a joke. I don't even know what to say about mitosis. Mitosis is like, oops. There we go. Mitosis is like the the compensation ability that they give Arborek. This is like the we don't want Arborek to get hard locked out of the game because their docks can't produce infantry ability. You get one infantry in the status phase on the planet of your choice. In the game I played today, I think somebody started with this tech, and I think they may have forgotten to use it like almost every single round. I know he used it once. He might have done it once when I didn't see. But even if that was the case, like he probably only used it. He only got one infantry out of this. This is terrible. So bad. It's slow too. You don't get this until the end of the round. This is like total trash. It's probably worse than Bioplasmosis, honestly. Because at least Bioplasmosis has some use cases. Mitosis is like, who even cares? If I don't have Latoni 2s, why do I even care where the infantry is? It's just terrible. Yeah. Anyway, next is Munitions Reserves. So this is the Barony's basic ability in TI4, just from the base game. And what it does, it allows you to reroll your dice in a combat. So let me double check and see if they buffed it. I don't think they did. Yeah, the start of each round of combat. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so this ability looks cooler than it is. You can reroll a number of your dice, so you can reroll your misses, but you have to prepay 2 trade goods before you even see the rolls. And 2 trade goods is a lot. Even in the richer version of the game that we have, like, I don't know, man. You've got to be able to find something better to do with 2 trade goods than that. Like, because if you have a good round of combat and you prepay for this ability, like, who cares, right? You're not going to reroll anything, and if you reroll when they miss, and okay, like you barely got anything out of that. It's I wish it would exhaust, but I think most of these basic abilities can't exhaust, so they had to kind of put it like with a common effect. I think I just accidentally dropped it somewhere. Where did you go? There he is, Munitions Reserve. I mean, it's not useless. Like, it can help you win critical combats. Like, when the chips are down and you really need to win a combat in a big battle, you might like to have munitions reserves. But, like, gosh. Yeah, I don't see it, man. I think this has got to be D. You don't want this. When you're new, it looks like oh my gosh, I can reroll my dice, but you don't know. The game isn't even like, it's a little bit more combat-y in this expansion, but you don't fight enough with big enough fleets with enough money for this to be good, even with all the inflation we've seen. That's enough of that. Next is nanomachines. This is a Ralnel ability. I gotta double check to see what it does because I think I know, but I haven't actually played very many games of the new expansion. So let me double check. So nanomachines, here we go. Exhaust this card to place a PDS. Exhaust this card to repair all your damaged units as an action. Exhaust this card to and discard 1 action card or draw 1 action card. Yeah, this is amazing. PDS are points, so at a minimum, this is going to give you points, just like the sleeper tokens. But I really think this is better than that because, okay, so that one gives you a PDS you have to spend an infantry for once a round, probably. You can do it more than once a round, but generally speaking, that's what we're looking at. You can use it to repair your damaged units. That's more situational, but still good if you get the right draft with like Euclidean or something. And then it also lets you mulligan your action cards. And action cards, again, in this version of the game, I think probably you ought to play this if you want to play this balanced. You want to play this with the regular action card deck mixed in. But maybe that's, maybe we've just accepted that this is already a crazy game mode. You want to be as crazy as possible. I don't know. So, nanomachines, I think this is better than where is it? It's called Sleepers, isn't it? It's called Awaken. Awaken was an A tier. I don't think this breaks the game though. I don't think this is this is a good ability, but it doesn't break the game. But it's clearly like a league above Awaken. I'm gonna put this in A tier. I might move Awaken down to B tier, I think, is what I'm gonna have to do here. Just because this is almost strictly better under most circumstances. Yeah, I think I have to do that. It's also a stall. It's just way better. Yeah, this is an A tier card. Okay. Next up is Neural Parasite. And I'm going to be honest with you, I have never even seen this before. Again, this is from that brand new expansion. This didn't come up in the game I played today, but the game I played today, I think I won it like 8 to... They just all gave up. It was like 8 to 4 to 4 to 2 to 3 or something like that. Like, it was just disgusting. So, you don't necessarily need to know every single component to do well here. Let's see here. At the start of your turn, destroy one of another player's infantry in or adjacent to a system that contains your infantry. Well, that's annoying. Definitely an annoying ability. It's a war ability that helps you steal people's planets. I mean, it's got to be great with Gomsekis. And it does allow you to chip away at Mechatol, right? It makes it hard to hold Mechatol against you. That's definitely something. Helps you undermine home systems. I mean, I don't know. This is kind of a tough one to evaluate. I have never seen this in play. Maybe that means I shouldn't rate it. But I'm just going to do it to get it off the board here. I'm going to say Neural Parasite seems like a C tier card. I mean, it's fine. It's inherently hurting someone else instead of helping you. So you have to have a plan to take something from someone to get something out of this. Now, if you're in a total war situation with a neighbor, yeah, Neural Parasite, I think, probably quite good, actually. But you, as soon as you Neural Parasite somebody, they're not your friend anymore. So, yeah, I don't know. I would put that in C tier. And these are only being loosely ordered at this point. Okay, so next we have Neuroglaive. Neuroglaive. I had this today. This was my first round draft pick today, even though I don't think that this is good enough to be a first round draft pick, to be honest. But I think it's a lot of fun, so that's what I'm doing. And the weird thing is, I think there's a blue one and a red one. I don't know what that's all about. But what Neuroglaive does... Let me check the blue one to see if it has a different ability, I guess. I don't think it would. It's a little weird. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Am I looking at the wrong... I don't know. It's Neuroglaive, whatever. We all know what Neuroglaive does. The sort of the capstone green tech for Nalu. It says when somebody attacks you by moving... Is it just moving ships or activating? I think it's activating. Yeah, activates the system that contains your ships. So, you have to have ships. So, it's not just your ground forces, but you have to have ships. They lose a fleet supply. And that's going to be calculated before they even move the ships in. Right? Because when they activate it. So, it makes it really painful to attack you. It's a long-term economic cost of the command counter. And it's a short-term plastic cost, potentially, as well. And it limits how much they can bring to bear against you. It's a cool ability. If you have some other effects that are powerful, I think this is a top tier defensive ability. It's kind of up there in the instinct training zone. It kind of, to me, it's like biosynthetic synergy. It's not as good as biosynthetic. I think it's a B tier ability. I wish it were a little stronger. It's not going to help you from behind. That's kind of part of the problem. Unless the way that you are winning from behind is like invading someone, and then maybe it's helpful in like a warfare situation, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an ability that exists to either establish a deterrent effect or to hurt other people. But I think it's one of the better abilities in that category. Okay, so now we have Neuroglaive. Let's talk about Nomadic. Nomadic is an S tier ability. Nomadic is probably the best defensive ability in the game. Better than Neuroglaive, for sure. Better than Instinct Training, for sure. You can't... So basically it prevents you from being eliminated. You just can't lose, really, unless somebody wipes out all your stuff, and if that happened, then things went really pretty badly for you. First off, if you're in an asteroid field, they can't even activate it. So... They can't even fire PDS at you. And then it lets you score while losing your home system. So it's really just a checkmate move when everyone says, "Oh my gosh, we have to stop this guy." Right? Like he's gonna get to 10. Okay, well, take my home system. I don't care. Yeah, I mean, Nomadic is a totally broken ability. It may even be better than Fleet Logistics, to be honest. It does require you to be in a decent position for it to be strong. Like, Nomadic from behind is not that good, so I think maybe it is worse than Fleet Log for that reason. But it's just, it's such a game putting away ability. It's this is one of my most frustrating abilities with SAR. Like, if I could change SAR in any way, I'd probably get rid of Nomadic, because the ability to just say no one can interact with me at all is pretty irritating. Okay. Oh man, we have so many cards to go. We have so many cards to go. Whatever, let's keep going. Next up is non-Euclidean shielding. You know it, you love it. Non-Euclidean shielding. When one of your units, not ships, units, sustains damage, cancel 2 hits instead of 1. Your mechs sustain for 2 hits. Makes you very good at ground combat. Your dreadnoughts sustain for 2 hits. Makes you very good at space combat. Your War Suns, your flagships, sustain for 2 hits. Your Saturn engines sustain for 2 hits. Like this, your Hell Titans sustain for 2 hits. It's a very powerful ability. It gives you this massive HP advantage that allows you to win most fights, to be honest. Non-Euclidean shielding is really I won't say it's the only reason to play Barony, but it is probably the most relevant thing about Barony, which admittedly isn't a very good faction. And you can have this without having to deal with all of Barony's downsides. You don't have to deal with the 2 commodities, you don't have to deal with the lack of economy, you don't have to deal with the questionable start, you can just have NES. Now, it is a combo piece in this A tier. I'm going to put it in A tier. It is a combo piece because it does kind of require you to have some sustained units. If you're doing Strike Wing Alphas, probably not the best with NES. But as long as you can build around it at least a little bit, it's a great ability. Super fun. One of the reasons to play this game mode, to be honest. Okay, next up, we have Nullification Field. Nullification Field is the same premise as the extra's other ability, the Instinct Training, right? So when someone activates your system this time instead of plays a card, you can turn over, end their turn immediately, and you just put a counter to do it. But it's just such a powerful ability, and this is kind of interesting though. So they changed Instinct Training to where Instinct Training does not have to exhaust. So as long as you can pay for it, you can keep doing it. Nullification Field, I think they recognized that this was too boring to have a situation where I have 8 counters on my command in my strategy pool, and you can keep attacking me. I'm going to keep canceling it. But a Seize Fire on a stick is a very powerful ability. Now, I will say, it does require the system to have ships. So, if they attack a system with, a PDS and a bunch of infantry, you can't necessarily nullify that. But it's still a game-winning ability. It's definitely, in my opinion, is pretty much equivalent to Instinct Training in value. Yeah, you can't use it multiple times like Instinct Training can, but we're kind of talking the same ballpark here. And I think it's noteworthy that they made that change. To me, I think that indicates that they felt that Instinct Training was a little bit too weak. And maybe that may be one reason why they changed it here. It's kind of an admission of a component that may need to be Omega in the future, in my opinion. Okay. Now we can go to Orbital Drop. This is Soul's basic ability to, as an action, stall, spend a command counter from strategy to dump 2 infantry on a planet. Doesn't lock the planet. It's an okay ability. Soul's a good faction, and this is one of the reasons why it's not a great like value proposition, right? You're spending 3 trade goods effectively for the command counter for 1 trade good of value, but it allows you to reinforce the front lines. It allows you to have a lot of flexibility. It allows you to stall. It does a lot of useful things. I think this is, I won't put this in A, but I do think this is a solid B tier ability. Maybe from the top of B tier. It's just really good to be able to produce unlocked units. It's good to stall, and there's also synergies with like command counter spend as well. So orbital drop is just a good solid little ability, especially if you can get, you know, Gomsekis or other infantry based powers. It's all right. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's C. I think it's probably in B. But I would be, you know, more experience could potentially sway me down to C. But I think for now, we can say B from orbital drop. Next up, we have Overwatch. Now, Overwatch is the Empyrean's ability. I actually am not totally familiar with that wording. I think this might be their commander ability. Let me double check this. So, Empyrean, where are you? Overwatch. Yeah, okay, exactly. It's their commander. After another player moves ships into a system that contains one of your command tokens, you unlock that system. So it allows you to make deals with other players of like, hey, you know, I need to attack, this person with this fleet. Can you please attack me here or pretend to attack me? That'll lift my token. It also is a good countermeasure, like a good counterattack measure. It makes you hard to kill because if they attack you somewhere, you can counterattack the system. It's a useful, kind of understated ability, but I wouldn't say it's overpowered. I wouldn't say it's like crazy. It doesn't have a lot of synergies either, so I mean, lifting tokens is one of the more powerful things you can do in this game, but I don't know. It kind of needs the Empyrean kit, like the tokens and everything, to be really good. So for me, Overwatch kind of sits in C tier. It's fine. It's nice to have, but yeah, I don't know. It allows you to repeatedly attack the same place potentially, but again, it requires other players, so it's purely a reactive technology unless you're doing weird deals. So I think I want to put this in C. Okay, next is Pacifist. So this is one of the new Deep Rot Scholarate abilities. And the Deep Rot, they're the coexisters, basically. So essentially, and this is kind of funny. So it says when ground forces are committed. Not, and let me go ahead and switch the well, you know what, it's fine for now. I'll just explain it. So when ground forces are committed, if your units, so by you or by your opponent, and you have units on the planet, you can make your units coexist. So somebody attacks you, you know you're going to lose, you can yield and coexist with them. If you're attacking someone else, you can choose to coexist with them. It's kind of the basic thing that makes the Deep Rot work. I like it. It's fun. It's action cards, which action cards are like so powerful in this version of the game, and also just like it gives you the ability to potentially attack the planet later if you really want to, despite what the name is. It's kind of in the middle for me. I don't think this is like a crazy playmaking ability, but it does have a lot of flexibility and it's strong. So I think I want to say that like Pacifist is like high B tier, maybe low A tier. The thing is, the coexisting party, they can attack you, but not on the same action. Like if they're attacking you and they're landing on the planet, they've already activated, so then they can't attack you then. Come back and attack you later, but that's going to cost them a token. So I'll put it in B for now, with the caveat that I think this could be an A tier technology. I just don't have like very much experience with it, just basically based on it being very new. Next up, after Pacifist, on a similar note, we got Peace Accords, another sort of similarly themed ability. And they've actually buffed Peace Accords in this version of the game. I think they recognized that it wasn't very good, and it was kind of weirdly specific. Now, when they made this expansion, they have a limited budget of how much stuff they can print. So if they wanted to errata Peace Accords and buff Peace Accords, they have to print a whole new extra faction sheet because it's a faction ability. And they just didn't have the budget for that. So I interpret this as meaning like this is what Peace Accords ought to be now. Basically, when you follow a strategy card, except leadership, when you spend a strategy token from a strategy pool, so it works also with like orbital drop and things like that. It allows you to take planets that are empty peacefully. So if someone's got a planet they're sliced, they didn't get around to taking, you can nab it, you can explore it. Very useful ability. Good with the DMZ, which is still in the game in this version. It permanently gives you the DMZ if you can get it. Great on mouse. And then also is good for just like nabbing little sort of, less obvious planets. The funny thing, too, is that it does not say that it can't be a home system planet. So there's your fun fact of the day. The change here was that it's no longer tied to a specific strategy card. This is every time you use it. So this is really useful early game, almost as like a warfare replacement where it allows you, when you're following, to keep expanding outwards, and you don't necessarily have to activate those systems. So this ends up saving you command counters. This ends up having little corner casing uses. Regular Peace Accords is like a C or a D tier ability, but in this version of the game, I'm not going to say it's like overwhelmingly powerful or anything, but I do think that it's like a B tier ability like Magnus Reactor. Like it gives you a lot of flexibility. And it's an alternative to like, it's annoying to have to spend a command counter to go take like a 2-planet system, that's sitting next to your home system that, you don't, like, you're never, like the ships that you're sending over there are going to be stranded there for a while because they don't have anywhere to go. So, yeah, I kind of like Peace Accords. You can do some cheeky plays with it as well, but that is something different. So, next up, we have Pillage. Pillage is almost like it defies ranking ability. Like, Pillage, depending on the play group, on the social skills, on the culture of the people, is either an S tier or a D tier ability or anything in between. If you have mirror computing, Pillage every time, it's not a big deal. This is going to be amazing. But, I think in most games, picking up Pillage, if you don't have some synergy with it, is going to do you more harm than good, especially midway through the game, where people are just going to be so annoyed with you. If you can start with it, you can say, hey, this is just a kind of a fact of the game. I'm the pillaging dude. This is my faction. This is what I do. So just expect it to be part of transactions. Picking up Pillage halfway through really irritates people way more, and it's already kind of an irritating ability. Again, this could be literally anything. Like, I've played a lot of games of Pillage. Deck's one of my favorite factions. It's just, it requires... It's way too context dependent to rate. So I'm going to put it in B for that reason. But I think the later you draft it, the weaker it is, to be honest. It's very context dependent. Very context dependent. Okay. Plane Splitter. So this is the ability of one of the newer factions. I believe, if I can find it. Yeah, it's the Obsidian. I think is what they're called. Is it the Obsidian? I don't remember. The Ordinian? Something like that. They're the cult. The weird cult guys. So, this puts the Fracture into play. And then it lets you move through the Fracture quicker than everyone else. And it lets you fight better in the Fracture. A little weird because Cabal is kind of the faction that likes the Fracture, not those guys as far as I know, but I don't have enough experience with the Fracture to have an opinion on this. I think it's pretty good. Making the Fracture your second slice seems pretty powerful, but I've played few enough games of this expansion specifically that I don't want to take a strong stance on it. I'm going to say the +2 to combat rolls is it's really good, and being able to exist on a parallel slice is super awesome. I'm gonna put this in A tier. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I'm very confident in my rankings of things like fleet logistics and chaos mapping and bioplasmosis. Less so on the things that are like literally brand new. Especially with things like this that are brand new and also interact with brand new mechanics as well. Okay, next is production biomes. And the interesting thing here is they've actually completely changed what production biomes even is. So normal production biomes is a green technology. They've moved it to a unit upgrade on the dock. I think that's pretty cool. And what they did is they made it production 9, so it's a production upgrade. And then you also get the regular production biomes effect, which I think was probably not strong enough to justify a whole technology, unfortunately, as much as I like it. Where now when you use production, you can spend a command counter to get 4 trade goods and then give someone else 2. So it's a cool, little economic ability. It gives you the ability to win favors. It gives you the ability to buy, like, hey, if I, what's 2 trade goods? What can I get for 2 trade goods from you? Is awesome to be able to make that. It's almost like you're getting 6 trade goods because you're getting 2 of value from the person that you're selling it to, and then you're also getting the 4 that you're getting for yourself. Now you have to pay a command counter, but tying this to the production step also allows you to produce more, and then you also have the production 9. So this is a pretty good ability, despite the fact that Space Docks and Space Dock 2 have a horrible legacy. I'm going to say Production Biomes is a solid B+, A- tier ability. The economic effect plus the production increase is pretty strong. I drafted this in my game and then ended up discarding it. If I did not have Latani 2, I probably would have really liked to have had this. So yeah, I'm going to put Production Biomes top of B. You could make an argument for A. I'm going to put it bottom of B for now. It's a solid little ability. I got to get a drink of water. Oh my gosh, I've been talking for like an hour now. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Next up is from the last Bastion here, we have Proxima Targeting 6. To be honest, I don't know what that does. Last Bastion, what do you do? Okay. Cancel 1 hit produced by each bombardment roll against your units. Okay. Yeah, not terrible, I guess. Start of a round of ground combat, you may resolve bombardment 7 times 3 against your opponent's ground forces. If you do, resolve bombardment 7 times 3 against your own ground forces. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So, obviously, cancel 1 hit produced by each bombardment roll. Okay, so you're basically doing 7 times 2-ish. 7 times 3 and you subtract 1 from the result. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. It's all out on warfare, and I don't know. All the last Bastion stuff, I'm just not that impressed with. Bombardment is not a huge part of the game, and getting the ability to use it as a ground combat ability is cool, but yeah, I'm not sold by this at all. I want to put it in C tier. I do think it's got some uses, but it could genuinely be D tier. And you can see we've already got another one of Last Bastion's abilities in D, so that kind of shows you what I think of Last Bastion as a faction. Okay. Next up is Puppet Council. This is for the Caleris. This says at the start of the strategy phase, replenish your commodities and get 1 trade good. So this is kind of almost like the Hakan ability in a way, because it allows you to replenish your commodities without other players' permission once per round. And then it gives you $1 so that you don't have to worry about washing the commodities from someone else. Pretty good. I mean, this is honestly the value of Puppet Council is going to be dependent on the value. How do I put this? The value of Puppet Council is going to be dependent on your commodity value. So if you went with a 2 commodity faction, this is not worth drafting. If you went with a 4 commodity faction, this is pretty good, pretty great actually. It's like $4 a round. This is awesome. And if you go for potentially $5 a round, and then if you go with the $6 one, then this is amazing. So variable effect. The fact that this does trigger on the strategy phase means that if this is part of your original draft, this is going to juice your early economy by giving you that original early money, which is pretty cool. That lets you follow the strategy cards that let you splice even more. So it helps you get your game online. It helps you follow the warfare and and construction cards. They've changed the names of them. I don't remember what they are. What they're called in Latin, but it's warfare and construction. This is a good, solid ability. It's a little bit better than production biomes, in my opinion. You don't get to buy something from somebody with it, so it's probably not as much fun. But you can get more out of this than production biomes. Yeah, biomes gives you a better production capacity, which I suppose is nice. But usually in this game mode, there's a lot of different things that increase your production flying around, so it's not that hard to find the ability to produce as much stuff as you probably need, especially when War Suns are a lot more popular in this mode. So to me, this is kind of like biomes. This is kind of sitting in like B tier. It's a little better than biomes, but it's the same basic concept here. In B, where did I put production biomes? There it is. I'll put it just ahead of that. Did they move biomes to be in a blue tech? That's so weird. It's obviously a green tech. Whatever. Anyway, next up, I guess that's technically it's just a unit. Well, actually, it's funny. I did a unit out of order by doing that. So, whatever. We've done one unit upgrade. So, if you're looking for production biomes and you skip to the unit section, then my apologies. But we already talked about it. Next is Quantum Data Hub node. While we're on the topic of Hakan, Quantum Data Hub node is an S tier ability. This card basically says spend 3 trade goods and a command counter to win the game. Now, it doesn't do that until the last round of the game, but an experienced player is going to know when that is. You're going to be able to know in general, all right, the game's going to be ending this round, or it's going to be ending, if not this round, the next round. And if you have Quantum Data Hub node, the ability to have any strategy card you want, that's often what decides the game. Having Imperial especially, but also having leadership for rounds that don't end in the action phase. So, yeah, you have to pay your opponent, but it's just so hard to play around. It's so powerful. Okay. That was Quantum Data Hub node, otherwise known as QDN. Quantum Drive is supposedly a nomad ability. The drive, don't let the drive confuse you. This doesn't have anything to do with movement speed. This says you can produce your flagship without spending resources. Pretty good. It's one of the best abilities Nomad has. It's not broken. It's the Nomad Commander, basically. We're familiar with the Nomad Commander, and it gets passed around a lot. It's solid ability. But it's not game-breaking necessarily. The flagships are strong, and the ability it depends on the flagship you've got. If you've got like the 7 movement flagship that's got the crazy, capacity and everything, then like this could genuinely be that nuts. But if you don't have the Nomad's ability to the flagship parade, I don't think this is all that impressive. It's a very powerful economic ability to just be able to spend 8, and this is going to allow you, if you draft it early, to get off to an early plastic lead. You'll have more troops on the board than your opponents. You could potentially take advantage of that. And this does allow you to follow construction / warfare, or primary construction, secondary warfare, to get an early effective round, especially if you can get the higher movement ones. So I think this is an A tier ability, but with the caveat that you're not always going to want to go for it. It kind of needs to have a good flagship to be meaningful, or a synergistic ability. There are some abilities that are synergistic with this, but in general, there's one that says when your units die, you can pay to rebuild them in your home system. That doesn't activate, so that's a pretty good ability. It allows you to basically do the nomad thing. but it's kind of specific. Next is quantum entanglement. What quantum entanglement says is basically like you treat alpha and beta wormholes as adjacent. So, this is the Ghosts of Creusa's core ability. This is really what Ghosts of Creusa are all about, is the ability to kind of pop out of wormholes and do shenanigans with wormholes. Ghosts have won a lot of tournaments, but I don't know, man. Like, without Slipstream, this just doesn't seem that impactful. Especially when, like, yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't work on gammas. It doesn't work on deltas. It's fine, but like whatever. It's a C tier ability. It can be good, but Slipstream is doing a lot of the heavy lifting with Ghost of Creus, not Quantum Entanglement. Although Quantum Entanglement is definitely good. There's times when it'll make your game, but it's fine. Okay, next up is Racial Advancement. Actually, I think this is the one I talked about earlier. I think I may have gotten the wrong deep rot technology when I was talking about the last one. So let me double check this. Or did I already rank this? Pacifist, Racial Advancement, and Genetic Research. Sorry, I was talking about Genetic Research, I think. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so we've already talked about Racial Advancement. I think it's a C tier ability. It's cool. It's fun. The idea that you can flip around your texts. But it's not anything special. Genetic Research, however, that says at the start of the status phase, which is the same trigger window, choose a color and gain trait gets equal number of abilities you own that have that tech color. So this incentivizes you to specialize in one color, which Deep Rot themselves are. They're specialized in green. It's fine. It's not as good as the Caleris ability that gives you a bunch of commodities, but these are trade goods straight. So at a minimum, this card is green. So at worst, you can say every status phase, choose green, get $1. But on its own, that's not a very impactful ability. But we're assuming players can engineer their way around this and build up a lot of a color. So I think this is probably like a B tier ability. So we're gonna go ahead and move this up to B tier. My apologies. It can be like A tier, but at that point you're kind of talking win more. Like if you've got like 10, 5 or 10 technologies, you're kind of already ahead. So I feel that it's a cool ability. Reward specialization, probably not that good. Nice when you draw Master's Laws of the Physics, though, as your secret objective. Okay. So next up is Raid Formation. Raid Formation is Argent Flight's ability that basically says when you do Anti-Fighter Barrage, if your opponent doesn't have fighters, or if you exceed the number of fighters that they have, you can sustain their units instead. Note that this does not use the sustain damage ability, so you can't direct hit them, but it's basically a way for the light, agile, fragile destroyer-based fleets to fight back against a heavier dreadnought-based fleet that counters them. So it's an anti-dreadnought ability. I mean, you kind of have to have a destroyer unit for this to be good, and you also have to be fighting sustained damage units for this to be good. If you're up against like Saturn engines, it's great, but this is the definition of situational ability. It's fine in the situation, and you're effectively producing hits. So like, great, but again, like if your opponent brings 10 fighters or let's say 5 fighters, and you get 3 AFB hits, Raid Formation really didn't do anything for you at that point. So for me, it's a C tier ability. Good in some specific situations, very good against non-Euclidean, but it's a counter tech at the end of the day. Okay. Next up is Reclamation, which, if I recall correctly, is the Wenu ability that allows them to, when they take control of legendary planets, place structures there on the conquest. Let's see here. Bunch of stuck up Stuck up brats, by the way, is the Wenu. Reclamation. After you resolve an action during which you gain control of a legendary planet, so that would be Mechatol Rex, Malice, Hope's End, those things. There's a lot of new ones in the expansion. You can place PDS and Space Dock from your reinforcements on that planet. Now, critical if and or but here. After you resolve an action. So, you can't build out of the dock. This isn't Latani 2. This isn't Floating Factory. But if you pick up this tech, A, you can dig in deep on Mechatol. B, if your opponent has important planets in their slice that have legendary status, you can ruin their day, dude. You can screw your opponent up pretty bad with this. So this is almost, to me, this has two applications. A domination style ability where you roll somebody over and dig into their slice, which, by the way, doesn't work unless you kill them the whole way. So it's risky. Or B, it's just as good as a way of getting more structures on the board, which are, again, our points situationally, or locking in Mechatol Rex. Now, that being said, this ability is balanced on Wenu because Wenu freaking suck. Their starting fleet's terrible. They usually can't get to Mechatol first unless they get help from their people. But in this version of the game, you can get... Okay, I have Saturn engines and Reclamation. Cool, okay. Round 1, I'm going to go to Mechatol, spend 2 trade goods from Trade Secondary, my home system, which is a 4-influence planet. Take Mechatol, dock, PDS. Boom, point. And next round, no one can get there. I'll go ahead and build there. So, this ability is more powerful the more powerful you are. It's multifaceted. It doesn't have to be used as a domination ability. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. I think it's got to be an A tier ability. There's a lot of maps and situations where this isn't going to do that much for you. But Mechatol Rex is pretty important for winning the game. You usually have got to have at least 1 point off of Mechatol in order to win, if not the Custodian's token. An Imperial point down the road. So the ability when you take the planet to get that, even if you weren't to use it anywhere else, I think would be pretty impactful. Now that Mechatol is classified as legendary. So that's Reclamation. Next up we have Scavenge. After you gain control of a planet, gain 1 trade good. This is the Clan of Stars ability. This doesn't look very good because you don't spend that much time taking control of planets. Here's the thing. A, it makes warfare economical. It makes conquest economical. It's one of the reasons why SAR is just a scary faction. That's number 1. 2, early game advantages do compound, and this gets you off to a crazy start. Now, it's not as powerful when you're not building with the trade goods. It's not as good as it is on SAR. But, you can have the War Sun build ability, or you can have the Latani, or you can have floating factories, or you can have Airy Hollow Lattice. There's a lot of different ways to get production on your units now in this version of the game. So I think that Scavenge is very good. It's a huge boost to your early economy. It helps you in warfare. It's great with mirror computing. I don't know if it's S, because I don't think it breaks the game, but I want to say it's the top of A. It's definitely it's way up there. It's more powerful than it looks, I think. Next up is, we are in the S's now. Scheming. Scheming is when you draw 1 action card or more, draw 1 additional action card, then discard the worst card from your hand. Note that it doesn't have to be from the cards that you drew. So if you draw 3 action cards off of Politics Secondary, and all of them are great, which in this version of the game they usually are, you don't have to discard any of them. You can discard your bad card. This is one of the abilities that makes Yusarl, which is to say the strongest faction in base game TI4. You will run into your hand limit pretty quickly doing this, but the bottom line is that the action cards are just so powerful in this version of the game. I mean, there's multiple Rise of the Messiahs, and the Rise of the Messiahs also can give you fighters. You can draw into unexpected actions that are also signal jammings. They have parlays. They have sabotages. Like like, and even the bad ones. It's like, okay, well, you draw bad cards, great. Next time you trigger scheming, you'll discard them. So I do think this is one of the few S tier abilities. It's not as broken if you don't play, like if you're playing later on the road with a deck of cards that is more balanced with the base game set of cards. This is probably going to get demoted to A. I still think the action cards win games. So I'm comfortable putting this in S tier. It's not as good as like Nomadic, but I mean it's better than Erez. It's almost as good as QDN, maybe better. Just because like you draw a Public Disgrace, that's about as good as having a QDN a lot of the time. So yeah, I mean that's scheming. Next up, we have got Singularity X, Y, and Z. These are all going to go together. Singularity X, Y, and Z, as best as I can tell, is the Necro ability. Weirdly enough, they're separated into 3 different techs. And what that kind of means is that, like, you very rarely get to play, like, Necro. Like, you're kind of playing, like, because you're not going to get all of them, right? So it lets you copy one of your opponent's abilities. And that's pretty good, like, especially because, like, sometimes somebody's going to lock up something strong. This lets you make combos. In practice, this is, like, the best ability on the table that you don't have, as long as you can kill one of their units. It's not as good as, like, Singularity, the thing that Necro has, because you don't get to just, like, construct a crazy, like, long-term engine out of it. But, I mean, they're all good. Again, they can be the best tech on the table if you're aggressive enough, which I think in this game mode you will be. So I'm gonna say they're all A tier. You could make an argument for S. Like you could be like, oh well, I'll just use Singularity Z and I'll make it into Fleet Log. Okay, well that's fine, but if Fleet Log's not on the table, you can't necessarily do that. People are gonna know you have this. I don't know. Maybe this is S tier. It does get blocked by the Last Bastion thing, which is kind of neat. I have to put these in S just because they can literally be whatever you want them to be. Like they're, yeah. Now I mean, I guess the problem is like if I'm drafting either if you offer me Nomadic or Singularity, I'm probably gonna take Nomadic and not Singularity because, when I have Singularity, I have Nomadic, but so does another guy, right? Whereas if I draft Nomadic, I have Nomadic and nobody else has Nomadic. So, yeah, I mean, you could argue that they're A. I'm going to say that they're S, actually. Let's go ahead and take another drink. I think we're halfway through. Okay. We have got Sled Factories. I got this card this game. I got Sled Factories with Latani 2. So this is basically double Sarween. And they say it's a Hakan tech, which is interesting. This is kind of an admission that like Sarween Tools isn't good enough anymore. Maybe it never was. I'm not sure. So it is an interesting idea. With Latani 2, or Floating Factory, this is broken in half. Everywhere you move, 2 more infantry, 2 more fighters, another cruiser. For free. It is nutty. But I think on the average faction that like isn't necessarily gonna have one of those things. Like this is a combo piece. It's a value engine, but it's a combo piece. I won't feel bad about drafting this third. Like, if this is the last card I could get out of the draft, yeah. Like, this is like $2 a round. That's not bad. But if you get, like, the really, really good stuff, this is S tier. So, I almost want to put this in A. I don't think it changes your game a lot of the time, but, like it can, though. Spin objectives are still a big part of the game. And there's more warfare, so you need the plastic. So, this is literally double Sarween. Like, this doesn't exhaust. You use this every single time. I think this has got to be A. Although the fact that it's not S does say something about Sarween tools, I think. Okay, yeah. So anyway, so that was sleds. Now we're at Slipstream. Slipstream basically says like, if you leave a system that has a wormhole, ships in that system move an additional space. So it's gravity drive, kinda, for your units that start in a wormhole. It's a little complicated to actually pilot it, but it makes some sense once you've played the game enough. Again, I think this is the better Ghost of Creus ability. The problem is that you kind of need them both. Like Quantum Entanglement without Slipstream and Slipstream without Quantum Entanglement, you need to have them together, or else neither of them do a whole lot. Still, plus movement's really important in this game, so I'm gonna put it in B. But if you don't start at the same time though, like if you didn't draft the Ghost Home system, like this is bad, right? Like Slipstream, the thing that makes it good is that all your units start in a wormhole at the beginning of the game. You don't even get that. I guess I gotta move it to C. It's a better ability than Quantum Entanglement, but it's not good enough, I don't think. Well, but isn't it better than like I'm looking at B, it's like Indoctrination. Like, yeah, it's better than Indoctrination though. We'll put it at the bottom of B tier. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's more wormhole manipulation in this expansion that I haven't seen yet. I don't know. Next is Smothering Presence. This is the Crimson Legionnaire ability that says that I don't recognize this from playing Crimson, because Crimson's the only new faction I've played. I don't recognize this ability. Other players' units in or adjacent to systems that contain your structures lose all their unit abilities. That's kind of nasty. It's like actually pretty nasty. If you get this with like Hell Titans, this is pretty rough. This with Floating Factories is brutal. Does this shut off production? Like, you can prevent your opponents from producing out of their docks? Because production is a unit ability. Well, that's nasty. This is an ability that, like, only hurts other people, but again, I think this is kind of part of a trend towards making the game more of a war game and less of kind of like a comparative advantage Ricardian economics simulator. So this is a damn good ability though. You need a combo to make it really sing, but like it means you can't get bombarded, right? Like War Suds will ignore Planetary Shield, but why do you care about that? The War Sun can't bombard. Turn off sustained damage in the space area. I think this is actually really good. I don't think this is S tier, but I think this may be an A tier ability. Wow, what an interesting. Again, I'm pretty confident that's not actually from the Crimson Legion, but what a unique little disgusting thing. Turns off space cannon on attack too. Like they can't fire at you. It turns off Planetary Shield. Right? Like you can bomb their PDS planet if you want. That's crazy. That might be S, but I think you still need to have some structure based ability. And Floating Factory and Hell Titans it's only 2 cards. It's great with Ralnel. Like if you got Ralnel, man, like oh my gosh. So I think there's enough ways to break that ability that I think it should be A tier. Sorry, I'm just learning about that for the first time. I know most of the effects just from playing. If you didn't know, I'm a Prophecy of Kings playtester. So I playtested Prophecy of Kings. I played a lot of base game. I don't have that much experience with Thunder's Edge. But again, for all the Prophecy of Kings stuff, like you can still whoop somebody pretty bad just knowing the game well. Okay, Spatial Conduit Cylinder. Kind of a goofy Jolnar tech. Jolnar is one of the best factions in the game. And they just don't really use Spatial Conduit Cylinder much because it's not actually that good. Which, to be fair, like, hallelujah, it's not good, right? Jolnar don't need the help. So it says when you activate a system that contains one or more of your units. So basically, I mean, it allows you to make your teleport your units between. You have portals from between your systems. Can be situationally good. This version of the game doesn't have light wave, doesn't have gravity drive, so there's less ability to use this. It's cool. It's a movement ability, which is something. I don't hate it. I think this is buffed from regular spatial conduit cylinder, but I don't really want to look that up right now. I'm gonna say it's like C tier, like top of C. It could be really good. I don't know. It doesn't help you move like. Well, but it helps you move your backlines forward pretty well. This will serve as a gravity drive a lot of the time. But not if you're not adjacent. I think it's got to be at the bottom of B, top of C. It's kind of in Slipstream territory to me. It's like... It's a little more controllable than Slipstream, though. So it's probably better than Slipstream, honestly. Okay. Next up is Spec Ops Training, which for some reason isn't a unit upgrade in this version, even though it's a unit upgrade ability in the base game. Spec Ops Training says after one of your ground forces destroyed. So yeah, this is gen synthesis. You roll the dice and maybe you reanimate them on your home system. The most of the infantry upgrades didn't actually keep that effect, so they just took it off and moved it on attack. It's fine. It's defensive ability. Yeah, you can get it back, and it can potentially reinforce you and stuff. I'm not impressed with this for the same reason I'm not that impressed with Daxiv. It does give a sort of a conservation of mass factor to your infantry, which is kind of nice. I'm just not that sold on it. To me, this is like, it's not D tier because it does create situations where a home system is nigh untakeable, but it's definitely sitting at the bottom of C. Like, if I'm spending 3 influence and 3 resources and a command counter to pick up a new ability, I don't really want it to be Spec Ops Training. Unless I'm ahead and I just need to defend myself. Okay. Now we have Stall Tactics. Very, very interesting ability. Action, discard 1 action card from your hand. Really looks like a bad ability on Yssaril until you understand Yssaril. However, there's no Black Shade Infiltrators. So this isn't like discard an action card to gain a mech, like it is in Prophecy of Kings. It's just discard an action card to stall, which is not that good. If you have all the other Yssaril abilities, it's good, but like if you have all the other Yssaril abilities, I don't know. Stall Tactics on its own, though, is kind of a dominating ability. It was very, very powerful in TI3, and they had to give it this action card cost to make it balanced. It's still good TI4. So I'm going to say this is C tier. This looks like a D tier ability. It's not. But I think in a game mode where you're trying to build a bunch of combos, Stall Tactics is probably not the way to go. The thing is also, too, the value of the action cards has gone up so much. Yeah, I mean, if you're using the deck that you're supposed to use for Twilight's Fall, Stall Tactics is probably a D tier card. But if you're using the full deck, which I think probably eventually will be the standard for the mode, then Stall Tactics is probably a C tier, not an F tier, D tier card. Okay. Next up is Starforge. Starforge is Muat's ability to spend a token to get a destroyer or 2 fighters. And this isn't that contains one of their ships. Basically, it's kind of like orbital drop, except for fighters and destroyers. It's not bad. It's probably a little better than orbital drop because if you have fighter 2s, you can go accomplish things with those. If you have a destroyer upgrade, then you can go accomplish things with those. I think you want to have fighter or destroyer 2 for this to be any good. But the ability to, again, I keep reiterating this, the ability to place unlocked troops in the middle of a round is always just going to be powerful. So this also helps you fix bad fleets. You shouldn't run into that very often, but it can do it. Although I guess it doesn't really do that unless you have capacity destroyers, which is pretty rare. I'm gonna say that this is. Well, I said it was better than Orbital Drop, but like, is it though? Orbital Drop can fix a low infantry start, whereas Starforge really can't. I think Starforge is C. I believe I have Orbital Drop sitting in B. Yeah, so this is a C tier ability. It's fine. I like the whole Muop package that goes with it, but you're not probably going to get that in this. If you pick up the other stuff, then cool, but I don't think that's strong enough to deal with the power level of this game mode, which is going to be exceedingly powerful. People are going to be putting together combos, and I don't think that measures quite up to snuff. Okay. Next up is Stellar Genesis, right? Yeah. Stellar Genesis, which is the ability I was about to talk about. Whenever you spend a strategy token, gain a trade good. Pretty good, actually. This combos with a lot of different other abilities. Your orbital drops, your instinct trainings, your nullification fields, your star forges. This is a lot better than Abundance, where you're only getting it when you produce. Abundance is hypothetically better if you have Litani, but if you have Litani, you probably already won the game, so yeah. Stellar Genesis, for me, I mean, it's not an amazing ability. For me, it's an A tier ability. It probably shouldn't be. It's probably like really more like a B tier ability. But I just like the flexibility of it. It basically makes your command counters cost like 2 trade goods instead of 3, right? Because when you spend them, you get 1 back. At least on the strategy ones. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that makes it worse than like, mirror computing for sure. But that's kind of a high bar. I think it's a B tier. It's a good B tier ability. Pretty similar to Puppet Council in terms of what you're going to get out of it. The synergies are nice, but they're probably too small to really distract yourself with. Okay. Next up is... Are we at Stymie already? All right, Stymie. Isn't it funny, like, just looking at all of the Arborex stuff? You're like, wow, mitosis, that's D tier. Bioplasmosis, that is D tier. Stymie's actually not D tier, because this is the Omega Stymie. Let me switch over to the other screen so I can show you. We'll go ahead and do ability. Oh, no, hold on. Abilities, there we go. Okay, so the new Stymie here, I'm just going to show you because it is kind of confusing, because we already have another Stymie ability that was previously in the game. It says, after their player moves ships, so they have to move ships, it's not just an activation, into a system that contains one of your units, so units doesn't have to be ships. You can place 1 command token from that player's reinforcements in any non-home system. So basically, this is a defensive ability, it lets you lock an opponent somewhere. Potentially you can lock a big fleet of theirs if they attack you. In a more war-oriented game, this actually isn't that bad. It's definitely the best of the Arbrek abilities that we've seen so far. It's just that it's not going to protect you in the system that they're currently attacking. So if they launch a big attack on you, like, oh, I'll lock you out of Mechatol. It's like, okay, but they're probably not going for Mechatol. They're going for you. So, it's a defensive ability. The threat factor can, like, be significant. So there is something to be said for Stymie on that front. I would say it's not as good as Neuroglaive. It's worse than Neuroglaive, but it's not terrible. So I would say, like, let's go back to move the window, capture back up. There we go. So I would say that, like, going back to Stymie here, we have Neuroglaive is like probably what, like A tier, right? Or is it B tier? I have it as B. So I think Stymie really ought to be C. I can see Neuroglaive going to A, depending on how fighty your table is. The only problem is, like, Neuroglaive is good at keeping things and making it painful to take back things that you have already taken. Neuroglaive doesn't help you take things to begin with. So I think the same thing is kind of true with Stymie, to be honest. It's all right. Of the Arbrek abilities, it's like, well, it's better than the alternatives. Next up is Subatomic Splicer. This is actually one of the pretty cool abilities that the Crimson Legion has. So sometimes Splicer says, when one of your ships is destroyed, you may produce a ship of the same type at a space dock in your home system. So not good with Nomadic, really. Not good with Floating Factory. Not good with Litani, unless... Well, it's probably fine with Litani, because Litani doesn't cost you your space dock. But basically, you can, as long as you can keep paying for it, you can keep putting your just dead ships back in your home system. And that's really a good combo with the Nomad Quantum Drive, because you can just send the flagship out, rebuild it for free. Send the flagship out, rebuild it for free. But that's a 2-card combo. It's not going to show up all that often. It does, I mean, the nice thing about it is that it does allow the ship to be unlocked if you haven't built it home yet. It does also allow you to produce a ship if the home system is locked. But a home system is not necessarily where you want to put unlocked ships a lot of the time, because a lot of times your home system is going to be far away from the action. So it's fine. You can do some playmaking here. Like if you need to score an action objective, near your home system, you can go suicide some ships somewhere else, respawn them at home, and then go send them out again. But I think it's a little too clever by half. Also, it only works on ships, so it doesn't help you defend your actual planets from attack. So for me, sometimes Splicer, it kind of sits in the C tier. You can make some cool stuff work with it. It's kind of in combo zone again, but I don't think there's that many combos that really make it sing. So it's kind of where I'm at. Next, we've got Supercharge. This is actually kind of got a glow up. The regular Supercharge was an exhaust ability, whereas this Supercharge just says, hey, every single combat round, choose one of your ships, it gets +2. That's pretty good. Especially with War Suns, right? Because you can guarantee hits on War Suns with this. They'll +2 on a War Sun hits on 1, so you will always hit with this. Good with anything that fires multiple dice. Not restricted to ships. You can use this on ground forces, on mechs. I think Supercharge is really good. Like, it's a combat ability, which always is a little bit limited, but this is offensively useful. This is defensively useful. Unless you're just not fighting at all, which doesn't happen that much in this game mode, because everyone's got these cool units that they want to use and stuff. Like, yeah, I think Supercharge is great. You can use it every single combat round too. Like, that's good. Situationally, this is better than Morale Boost, right? Because you're getting twice as much out of it. Morale Boost only works for 1 round. So, yeah, I think it's A tier. I think it's an A tier ability, which is weird because it's purely a combat ability. But you know what? I mean, sometimes if you have 2 slices, there's your economics right there, right? So, okay. Next is Survival Instinct. This is the Ralnel ability that has the weird retreating effect. So, Ralnel is like a weird moving structures around and retreating them faction. And what this particular ability does is it says, when you get attacked, you can move 2 of your ships into the active system from adjacent systems that aren't locked down. So it's like an instant counterattack. So this is better than Stymie in my opinion, because with Stymie it's like, okay, you can, in the long run, prevent them from continuing to attack you with it. But Survival Instinct is like, hey, if you forget that's there, I can beat you into combat because you didn't know what I could move in, right? And also, it helps you defend yourself now. Now, granted, defending yourself is only it's only so helpful. So, Survival Instinct is not an A tier ability. Like, fundamentally, defending yourself is not, it's not that important. But I do think it's a good B tier ability. It's probably not as good as Neuroglaive, because Neuroglaive contains an economic cost as well as a military cost. And it's also a surefire thing that Neuroglaive is going to have an impact. Whereas Survival Instinct is like, if you throw yourself at your opponent's home system, when they take their home system back, you're probably not going to have adjacent ships that can come in, and lockdown ships don't work. So for me, it's a B tier ability. It's fine, but it loses effect as the round goes on. I almost want to put this in C. I think it's maybe top of C. It's good, but not great. Because as you start activating your systems, right? You can't just not activate your systems because you want to keep that up. So it's a bit tricky to use. Okay. We are now at Tactical Brilliance, which is the Jolnar ability. It says after you roll a die for a unit ability, you can re-roll any of the dice. So you get advantage basically on all of your ability rolls. That's Bombardment, any Fighter Barrage, and Space Cannon, unless there's some new ones that I don't know about. So it's a cool ability. It's kind of like the engineering based ability, right? Your units aren't good, but you can fire PDS with the best of them. You can bombard pretty well, and you can AFB pretty well. So this is one of the better abilities that they introduced in Prophecy of Kings. It's not a crazy ability, but if you get this early, you can build around it. You can go, for Destroyer unit upgrade, which usually goes pretty late. You can go for War Suns potentially. You can go for Space Cannons. Those usually go pretty late as well. This card is pretty good because it allows you to take advantage of other game effects that are not that good. That being said, it's only a combat ability. So again, it faces the same problems that other combat abilities have, and that you kind of if you're just kind of sitting in the corner, it's not necessarily going to help you that much. So I think it's in B tier, but it's not high B. It's solid. I've seen it do great work. You need to kind of be in the situation where you're fighting for your life, or you're fighting for your win, or what have you. And it doesn't help your actual combat at all, just your pre-combat stuff. But I tell you what, it's a hell of a lot better than Ambush. This thing is what Ambush should have been. Really. Yeah. You want to produce hits before the combat. Reroll your AFB, reroll your Space Cannon, that's way better than ambushing someone. Ambush still sitting in C. We really got to move this to the bottom of C tier here. I mean, they're not really closely ordered, but yeah. There's quite a bit of a difference between those two technologies. Okay. Next up is, let's see here, Telepathic. Telepathic is an S tier ability. It is kind of like Quantum Data HUD Node, except unlike Quantum Data HUD Node, you don't have to spend. I'll put it right here. You don't have to spend a bunch of money and give that money to your opponent to use it. It's the first thing. B, it works from the beginning of the game. So from round 1, you can have Telepathic, and it'll help you get Mechatol. It'll help you outplay opponents the sort of rounds. It's just a very useful ability. And then this also basically says Chimerki, you win all tiebreakers. If the game were tied up, you will win because you have the 0 always, no matter what strategy card you've got. So Telepathic does create these interesting situations where you can go into the last round with technology and still win if that's what you need to do to win. Now, that being said, it does sometimes have downsides. It makes you bad at stalling. So Telepathic, it means you're going to be passing earlier in the round, typically speaking, which means sometimes people can take advantage of you. But I still think it's an S tier ability. It's a top 10 ability, top 5 ability in the game. Nalu in base game TI4 had the highest win rate in the game, basically for no other reason than because they had Telepathic. It was just, it was I mean, the game goes to 10 and I break all tiebreakers, so I'm probably going to win. And then you also get some tactical advantages from that as well. So it's an S tier ability for sure. And then after Telepathic, we're down to Temporal Command Suite. After a player, so this is kind of a cool ability. This is actually one of the... I don't really like Nomad. Temporal Command Suite is one of the only reasons, for me anyway, that you would want to play Nomad, because it's just the rest of their kit's just not interesting. but it's like not meta on Nomad because the rest of the stuff Nomad does is better. But anyway, it basically says like when a agent becomes exhausted, and then you can spend three influence to ready that agent. Now, the interesting thing here, I guess, is that like because Temporal Command Suite is being repurposed as a faction ability, it doesn't exhaust itself, which means now you have to pay, which in my opinion makes it worse. There is this corner case where it's better, where you are able to do it multiple times, and you can do it on your own genomes, aka agents. So, if you just go, if you get this early, you can say, I'm going to go for a 2 or a Noctis based strategy, and I'm going to just have like a 4 or 5 agents, and then I'm going to refresh them like over and over again, and that's cool. But the cost is going to add up unless you've got like mirror computing, and then if you have mirror computing, then it's like, okay, well you're probably winning anyway at that point. So it's a cool ability. I think that this is really functionally a nerf. Yeah, you can perform a transaction with players. They can pay you, but like they have to pay you more than $3 probably because that's what it's costing you to use this. So yeah, you can use it to win slay situationally. Every deal making ability can be used for that. So that's not really anything special for it. Unfortunately, Temporal Command Suite kind of got nerfed here. It's an interesting build around, but I think it's not a very good build around. To me, this is a C tier card. As it was in the regular game, you might say it was B, but based on the changes they've made, I think it's got to be a C tier card. So next up is Terraform. Terraform is actually really cool. Titans is sort of weird in how they treated them because their whole faction is like extremely internally. I've already mentioned this. I'm not going to go over this again. It's extremely internally synergistic, so they had to take apart some of the bits and pieces of Titans. So what Terraform does, this is kind of cool. It says your planets that have structures have all 3 planet traits. So on its face, this does nothing. It helps you with explorers. Everyone can get Scanlink in this version of the game, so it helps you, like kind of game the explorer deck. So that's the first thing. And then also, there are a few objectives that care about that. I think this is kind of corner case. Like, it's not... You need the right objectives to come up for Terraform to be good. But it's pretty cool, and it's one of the only ways that you can score some of the harder objectives. It's a fun ability that probably... Yeah, again, this is a situational one. I would never first draft this. The structures requirement is part of, I think, why I need to put this in C. I'm not putting it in D because it does have some situations where it's like, oh yeah, this is points, I think Terraform shouldn't be blue, by the way. This should be like a green tech. Is this really blue? Yeah, it's blue. It should be green, but whatever. Situationally, you might need it, but most of the time, it's not anything special. Okay. Oh, it is cool. Next is the Burning Eye. Okay, that sounds kind of cult-like to you. That's because it is. So what does the Burning Eye do? You can treat planets and systems to contain your ships as if you controlled them for the purpose of scoring secret objectives. So what that means is that's kind of a mouthful. Space area control for you is the same thing as ground area control for the purposes of scoring. So if you need to control 4 hazardous planets, a ship over top of those planets will be good enough. If you need to control Mechatol Rex for a secret, then controlling the space above Mechatol Rex is sufficient enough. Kind of cool. Very interesting take on things. It actually kind of is more of a diplomatic ability because it allows you to not invade players' planets when a lot other factions would have to do that. But I cannot, in good conscience, put this very highly because it's not an economic bonus and it's only situationally going to be a scoring-based bonus, which is, again, how you win the game is by scoring. The problem is, if you have like Super Dreadnought 2s and Harrow, you don't really need this, do you? You can just take the stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it does allow you to skimp on ground forces, which is kind of cool. You can invest more in fighters, but overall, like I think you do want to be taking planets in this game. So I think we need to. It also doesn't help you with publics. This is not a D tier ability. It's not that far off, honestly. But anything that helps you with scoring is going to be decent. So, I'm going to put it in C, even if it's, it's definitely bordering the D, depending on the situation. Don't first draft it, but if you pick it up, it could save your bacon situationally. Okay, next we're getting to the very end here. Unrelenting. I last picked this today, and partially because it's like, well, Unrelenting. Sardak Nor, not a very good faction. Unrelenting is their only ability. However, Unrelenting is their only ability for a reason. Yeah, it's their only ability for a reason. Okay. What you're talking about is upgrading every single unit, right? Like your ground forces are better, your war sons are better, your carriers are better, your fighters are better. This will help you. This is a great flex pick, early-ish on a draft if you don't see a good hand, because no matter what you go with, no matter what unit you end up going with, like maybe you're doing destroyers, maybe you're doing cruisers, whatever, this is always going to be helpful. I got hybrid crystal fighters with Unrelenting. Bro, you spend $1 to make 2 ships that hit on a 6 that can fly themselves. Don't need fleet supply. I mean, that's bonkers. So it's situational. It's a good flex pick. It's a good flex pick, and it also, can in certain situations be broken. It's very good on lower strength units like carriers, fighters, destroyers, cruisers. It's less important on like war sons, but as long as you're doing anything in a warfare game plan, I think it's good. To me, this is an A tier ability. It's not breaking the game by any means, but Sardak Nor start in the hole because of this. Sardak Nor don't end up getting a lot of unit technologies, and this is kind of the replacement for that. You don't have to do that. You're going to get a lot of unit technologies in this version of the game. So I think Unrelenting is a pretty good A tier ability. And also, people undervalue it because of its association with Sardak Nor. So you can often get this late. And for whatever reason, all of Sardak Nor's abilities are last in the alphabet here. So we also have Valkyrie Particle Weave and Valkyrie Vanguard. So Valkyrie Particle Weave, what this does is it's kind of like a blade mail, if you're familiar with Dota 2, for ground combat. Basically, once per combat round, if you took a hit, you produce an additional hit. So what this does is if you invade a planet with a numbers advantage, most of the time you can't lose. If you invade a planet that has 1 infantry on it with 2 infantry with Valkyrie Particle Weave, you literally cannot lose that combat. It's not possible unless, there's action cards or something. Because best case scenario for the defender, okay, they produce 1 hit, you produce 0. Cool. You lose an infantry, produce a hit, they're dead. You win. So it's not like not as good as Unrelenting because it doesn't. It's kind of the opposite in the sense that it's more narrow. It's really only helping you with ground combat, and it's really only that good if you are going to be doing a lot of ground combat. So if you're doing Yin shenanigans, if you're doing Gom Sekis, which we're going to talk about next, shenanigans, it's going to be good if you're doing Latani 2s. But like in general, the less ground, like you could genuinely not have a ground combat all game. And if you're at a numbers disadvantage, like if you have 1 troop, Valkyrie Particle Weave is not going to help you win the combat, really, because let's say you invade one v or let's say they attack you, three troops to 1 troop. Okay, they get a hit, you get a hit. Okay, so you Valkyrie Particle Weave, they're done in 1, but they still take the planet, so it's not going to trigger until you take a loss. So it's good. It makes numbers more important for the combat. Makes having a numerical advantage even more important. It's conceal a wake club S like that. It's good, and I actually used it a few times today, but I don't think it's anything special. It's like a C tier ability. Okay. If things are getting like really bloody in your game, like it's a bloodbath, then it's a good ability, but that doesn't always happen. Valkyrie Vanguard. Valkyrie Vanguard is Gomsekis. It says so this is kind of crazy if you've never heard of this before, but you probably have because you're watching this video. When you're committing ground forces, you can ignore the space area. You can just say, I don't care about space. I'm going to catapult my units. They can be mechs, they don't have to be infantry. Across the planets. You can invade somebody's crap, and they can't do anything about it. Unless they want to get on the planet and kill you. This is amazing with Indoctrination. This is amazing with Litani 2. This is amazing with pretty much all of these like cool unit infantry abilities. It's one of the only things in the game that can make bioplasmosis good. So I love this ability. I'm not going to tell you this is an S tier ability, but this fundamentally changes the way you play the game in a really interesting way. I think it's one of the most interesting components they've added to TI4. Maybe one of my personal favorites in a long time. I like to claim that I invented this ability when I was an intern at FFG. This was a suggestion that I gave to the developers. That being said, this got implemented, probably like 2 years after I gave that suggestion. So I don't feel that like I can genuinely take credit for that. But yeah, it's amazing. It's super cool. I don't think we can put it in S though. But the thing is, it's so breakable though. Like mech plus non-Euclidean, pretty unstoppable, right? Like it works on your mechs, man. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in S. It's not as good as like Litani 2, but it is pretty good, pretty fun. And even if it's only like A tier in the base game, it's more breakable in my opinion in this expansion. Don't get me wrong; it's like the weakest tech in S tier, but it's good. Okay. Next up is Versatile. It is hypermetabolism for Soul. This is strictly worse than the L1 Z1 X's inheritance systems, which is kind of funny. Versatile's a good ability, though. So that just tells you why inheritance systems is S tier. This is good if you've got like instinct training, nullification fields, these types of things. I think the action card's pulling a lot of weight here. I want to say this is top of B. Hypermetabolism is a good effect. Certainly. Well, you start with it for free. Okay, I'm going to put it in A. It's a good ability. The action card is kind of the deal breaker here. Okay. Next up, Voidborn. This one's kind of a stinker. I think I got to put this in D. It says that you're not affected by Nebula. Okay, well that's good if you start with the Empyrean home system, I guess, but you don't like that to begin with. And there's not that many more Nebula tiles in the game, and then people usually don't place them at relevant locations, so it's not often to come up. You can allow people to move through your ships. This is one of the more enjoyable parts of playing Empyrean, but on its own, it's just too corner case to matter. Like, you sometimes get value out of it. It's not like mitosis level bad, but there are going to be games that this does less for you than mitosis. It's situational as being generous. Next up is Yin Ascendant. This is kind of a newer ability for Yin that they did in one of the codices, I believe. That they decided to adapt for this version of the game. Now, they can't completely do that because it deals with technology, but what they did, I believe, let me double check to make sure before I blurt something out here. Where are my life for the yin? Hoo-hoo-hoo. Where are they? I believe it gives you a free unit upgrade every status phase. I could be mistaken about that. No. Oh, this is good, actually. This is based. When you score an objective, draw one genome, ability, or unit upgrade. So that's an agent. That's a new ability or a new unit upgrade. Oh, this is so much better than the deep rot version of this. Wow. Okay, yeah, this is good actually. Um, Now it does only work when you score an objective. So, you know, late in the game, this isn't going to do much, but that wasn't going to be true anyway. I like that this multiplies your abilities. I like that this is kind of like Shovel or Black Star from Slay the Spire. But this is A, just because, like, if you use Yes in it to get a bunch of other good abilities, then it's as good as those abilities would have been. So, I think it's quite good. Lastly, we have Zealous. And I don't know how that would even work in this mode. I know what Zealous does, but... Wait, what? Sorry, like, what? Okay, well, normal Zealous is that you have to vote first and get extra votes. There's no voting in this version of the game. So, instead, you get... It's kind of like a counterpart to the Jolnar ability instead of... It's a commander. So instead of getting to reroll your dice, you get an extra die. All your unit abilities. So, I mean, you know, small numbers is good. Like, you know, you got one space cannon, now you get two space cannon. But if you're doing like AFB, like 3-on-5 or whatever, it's like, well, I mean, 4-on-5 is a little better. The Jolnar version is more powerful. This has been demonstrated quite a bit over the years. That getting advantage on the dice is better than getting more dice. Unless the dice are rolling a very low amount. So, like, if you're on a War Sun bombarding, it's better to be Zealous than to have the Jolnar ability, which I don't remember the name of it, but the Jolnar Commander. But, like, for most unit abilities, 5 or above, you're typically going to be better off rerolling the misses. So, Zealous, it's not horrible, but it's a warfare-only ability. It's kind of corner case. It's nice on Argent because you get it for free pretty much, but I would not spend resources on this. I would not want necessarily to trade for this or have this. It does help you score some of the action phases a little easier, so there's something to be said for it, but, you know, you have to actually get those cards. And those are some of the better cards to begin with. So I'm definitely not sold on Zealous. You don't want... Okay, like if you get the Jolnar one, you can build around it. You can do an engineering build. If you get the Argent one, you should not build around it. It's actually bait at that point. And that's all of the abilities. So that was the biggest section of all the cards here. So now I'm going to go back in, since we're already talking about the technologies. Let's go ahead and go to do the unit upgrades. So let's see here. We're going to go and move the units up to the top here. Let's go ahead and move it to the top. So let me just show you all the units in the spreadsheet here. Get a good long look at these guys. And then now we're going to actually go in and talk about them. So the first one here is the Advanced Carrier. This is Souls Carriers. Not the most exciting name, Advanced Carrier, is it? But whatever. It's fine. So, Advanced Carrier. What does it do? Well, you've got a big old party bus. 8 capacity. 8 capacity, folks, is a lot. You get sustained damage. But with 8 capacity, you'd have to be at least kind of crazy to sustain. But, I mean, hey, like, whatever. It's there. Maybe you've got, like, sabotage or something. It's almost bait, but whatever. It's fine. It's on a 9, which I think is normal for a carrier. Hitting 20% of the time, that is. So it's not getting a bonus to its combat value or its cost, but it moves 2, which is the most important factor. It sustains damage, and it has 8 capacity. The reason this card's so good in this expansion is because you do not actually you can't upgrade your units without using a special upgrade. So like, let's take a look here. So we've got Advanced Carrier 2. I think there's only one more carrier, and that's it. Ambassador for the fishy boys, the Deep Rot Scholarate. And then I think that's genuinely, I think those are the only ones. Yeah, that's it. There's only 2 carrier upgrades. So like, if you want to upgrade your carriers, you kind of need this. Like, you kind of need this. And I'll tell you that like, this is more generally useful than the one that the Deep Rot have. Debatable, but well, it's more useful for combat. How about that? It's a better combat carrier. So even if like 8 capacity is not like something you're in love with, if you don't have a lot of production capacity, having the ability to have 2 capacity movement units is important. This version of the game doesn't have gravity drive, so unit upgrades are important. And this is the heaviest, I believe, the heaviest capacity unit of all of them. Yeah, this is the unit with the most carry capacity in the game. So it's pretty good. You want to draft this early, even if it's not like, it doesn't stand out to you necessarily. Because here's the thing, you're not considering the marginal improvement on a carrier 2. You're considering the marginal improvement on a carrier 1. Because if you don't get this, you're probably not getting carrier 2 at all. So I'm going to have this in A tier. Okay. Next up is the ghosts, the Dane Beltrami here, the Akil Silver, or whatever, however we pronounce that. So let's scroll over to that guy, if I can find him. Here we go. Axilfier. Nope. Yes, I think that's it. Yeah, Axilfier. At the start of the turn, you may place or move a Creus wormhole token into this system. So it's a cruiser. It's basically like a Cruiser 2. This is kind of like your general Cruiser 2. You know, the idea that you can, like, each turn that you can move the Creus tokens around, you know, that's good if you can get the other parts of the Creus tool set. But other than that, it doesn't really do anything crazy that a cruiser wouldn't normally do. 3 move, 2 cost, 6 combat, 1 capacity. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, the only problem is, like, cruisers are a weak unit in general to begin with. You just kind of don't... You don't want to be fighting people with cruisers if you can help it. And yeah, this is a little bit more tricky than a regular cruiser, I suppose you could say, because you can use it to kind of get places you're not supposed to go, and that's fine. But I don't know. I mean, I'm like, at the end of the day, it's a cruiser too, and yeah, I mean, it's still a unit upgrade. Those are important, but I think I would rather the other 2 cruiser upgrades. There's 2 other cruiser upgrades. They're both better than this. So I hesitate to say that any ship upgrades are bad. Like, the marginal improvement on a cruiser 2 is pretty good. Like, you're getting combat, movement, and capacity. But cruiser 2, even as like as a basis of your fleet, is not good. It's okay if you can supplement it, I suppose. Like, if you've got another unit that you're using, which is not that hard to do in this mode, this isn't that bad. I want to put this to C. It's not bad, again, if you can find other things to put, like, to get other parts of plastic out. This is more like a unit that you use after other people have passed to go grab planets and things like that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the main tier list here. So we're going to go back to window capture. Next, let's talk about the ambassador. Okay, you know what? We probably need the window up for ambassador. So, okay, ambassador. What do you got? Here we go. So this is the other carrier 2, the only other carrier 2 in the game, and it's weird. It lets you. The units that came off of this ship can coexist. So this lets you kind of be Deep Rot with the carrier. It's a 6 capacity, 2 move, 9 combat, 3 cost. So in every major way, it's the same thing as it's the same thing as like a regular carrier too. But you can coexist the units. Not bad. I would not draft this early unless you're going to go for like a coexistence based strategy, which I actually think it may not necessarily be a bad idea. And it's a carry too, so I mean, I think it's actually a little better than the soul carrier just because it has an economic advantage, which is not something you can usually get out of your unit upgrades. So, yeah, I mean, it's probably A tier. I don't think it's S tier, but just being able to get a carrier too is good. And then if you can do a bunch of coexistence shenanigans, it's better than that. So we'll put it above the advanced carrier. Yeah. It'll lose 1-on-1 to the advanced carrier, but that's not a big deal. Okay. What's the next one? To see if I need to switch back to the tier list. Dawn Crusher, I think. No, Corsair. Corsair. Okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like these are more complicated. We have to kind of keep on these. So the Corsair, this is from Prophecy of... no, sorry, this is not from Prophecy of Kings. This is mid-text breakthrough from Thunder's Edge. Kinda. It says, if the active system contains another player's non-fighter ships. So if you're attacking someone, basically, you can't use this to sneak into an empty system, which is interesting. It has Lightwave. There's really not another way, like there's no general purpose way to get Lightwave in this mod. I'm calling it a mod, it's a game mode, whatever, you know. So, as a source of Lightwave, this is very important. Now, it doesn't have any combat advantage, really, over the regular cruiser, but the fact that it has 2 capacity is a huge deal. Carrying an extra infantry and an extra fighter with you, I mean, that's game changing. It's more HP. You know, it's. I almost want to say it's as good as the Titans cruiser, and maybe it is. I mean, as long as you can afford the fighter, I think you'd rather have 2 capacity for the fighter than the sustained damage, unless you've got like, you know, the non-Euclidean. Non-Euclidean then changes the equation, but I actually think the Corsair is a little better here, just based on the way that they've done this. Just because they've taken, and you can kind of see on the screen here, they've taken the sustained damage from the Titans cruiser. For some reason, they classified it as Calaris. I don't know why. And they've taken away one of the capacity basically. So they've moved it to the Mentac one. I think the capacity does end up giving the Mentac the advantage there. As long as you basically put a fighter in there, you're fine. Now you do have to have production capacity to get those fighters, but like, bring mechs, bring infantry. It helps you take planets. It doesn't have Lightwave always. You do still have to like go to a combat system. So that's one thing that makes. It can't be fighters either, which is kind of weird. It makes it distinct from the Creus cruiser, which is more of like a predator. Like this is more of a predator unit, whereas the Corsair is more of like a warship. I think the Corsair is going to go with S. This is just a really good ability. Cruisers are bad, but you give them Lightwave, man. You give them 2 capacity, that changes the whole equation. So Corsair's got to go in S. And then, since we were just talking about it, the Hell Titans, also S. It's the same concept. It's the cruiser with extra HP, which is the core weakness of a cruiser. Cruiser 2 with more HP is just really strong. It doesn't have the Lightwave ability, but that's okay. Let's go back to the tier list since I feel like we need to see that. Okay, there we go. So as you can see in S tier here, we have the Corsair and the they call it like a Sagittaria. I don't know why. It's a Hell Titan Saturn engine as far as I'm concerned, but whatever. And then the other cruiser doesn't have any combat advantages, which is the problem with cruisers. So I've got this in C. Maybe it's actually A or B tier. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm not sold on that. So next up we have the Dawn Crusher. Please don't crush my dong, sir. Where is he? Dawn Crusher. It's a dreadnought. It's a barony dreadnought, which is interesting because barony doesn't actually get a dreadnought replacement. So what did it do? It's a dread. Standard Red 2 is a 4 cost, 5 combat, 2 move, 1 capacity unit. The Dawn Crusher is a 3 cost, so you get 25% off on your Dreadnought, 5 combat, 2 move, 1 capacity unit. So it's a cheaper Dreadnought for Barony. I mean, not really for Barony because there's no Barony in this mode, but it's an extra way to upgrade your Dreadnoughts. It also has Bombardment 4, so it bombards a little bit better. I'm not that impressed with Dawn Crusher, to be honest. This is basically like your generic Dread 2. I think they wanted to let people upgrade their Dreads without having to have Exo Tri-Reaps and Super Dreadnoughts every time. So that's what this is for. And Dreadnought 2 is a good card to have. I don't think I want to first pick it, but like it's going to be very impactful early. You can invade people with it. It can help you with your slice. But ultimately, like the idea that you're going to build these cheaper, well, the problem with that is that there's not very many actual physical Dreadnoughts in the component set to begin with. So, I don't know. I mean, this kind of, to me, this is in the C tier also, where it's like, okay, yeah, you made the base unit upgrade slightly better, just like with this one, but not that much better. Really? Not that much better. It's fine. You still need to upgrade your units, but I would prefer the other Dreadnoughts. Okay. Are we on Exo Triremes now? I think we would be, right? No. Well, why don't we just do it while we're here? Exo Triremes. So, Exo Trireme is actually like an incredibly powerful Dreadnought. So, Exo Trireme is the same concept. It's a Dreadnought, except instead of bombarding 4, which is the advantage supposedly of the Dawn Crusher, it bombards 4 on 2. Wow. Okay, so it bombards 2 dice, which is insane. It hits on a 4, by the way, which is really the effect of Unrelenting, not the effect of the Exo, but I guess they wanted to preserve that element of the unit's ability. It also, this is the critical thing, has Super Devotion. You get to choose which 2 ships to destroy, not to assign a hit to destroy. So if you survive with an Exo, okay, War Sun Carrier, boom. Dreadnought, boom. This thing is the creme de la creme of playing Sardak Nor, and it's very good in this mode as well. It's not the best unit upgrade you could possibly have. It's not like, Latani 2. But as long as you have any control objectives at all, Exo Trireme is going to do you extremely well. It's defensive. No one wants to attack into these things. It's movement. It's offense. I think it is S tier just because, like, drafting it means you start with it, which means that you get the 2 movement early on that capacity ship, which you kind of need. And then in the late game, it's just a absolute denial tool. Exo's got to go in S. It's pretty good. Okay. Let's go back now to we're on Dreadnoughts. Let's just talk about Super Dread 2. Super Dread 2 is a pretty overrated unit in the general game. I've heard people talk about how like Super Dreadnought 2 is this like game warping tool that like, oh my gosh, L1Z1X. It's not that good. Like, okay, what does it do? It's a dread. Like, you even read it; it doesn't do anything special. The only thing it does is it carries 2. Now, like I said, with the cruisers, carrying an extra unit is great. Like that matters a lot, but I don't know. It's all it does. I mean, sure, starting with a 2 capacity unit means that it improves your expansion phase. But, I mean, the expansion phase in this version of the game is already pretty wacky. Because people are starting with all these kind of unit techs. So, I don't know. It's fine. Like, it bombards on a 4. That's pretty good. But that's pretty much it. It's all it really does is it has the capacity. And the capacity is good. Like, that's a combat advantage, you know? Like, that's extra fighters. That's extra infantry. But I just don't think it's anything special. It's a modest numerical improvement on an expensive unit. It's fine. It's better than the Dawn Crusher. I'll put it in B tier, I guess. But, like, it's nowhere near the Exo Trireme. Which makes sense. I mean, you have to work really hard to get Exo 2s in the normal game. You don't have to work hard to get Super Dread 1s. So, I mean, there's some basis for that, I guess. Okay, so we're talking about Dreadnoughts already. Those are done. We'll talk about Echo of Ascension. This is kind of a weird one, so I probably need to flip the screen back over again. So let me pull this back up. So Echo of Ascension, what does it do? It's an upgrade. And I don't mean like... Here we go. I don't mean like a unit upgrade. I mean like you already get a special flagship for having... For playing the expansion. So this is going to modify that flagship. So it's a beefy adjustment. It's a nomad thing technically. You get 1 extra die on your ship, which is, depending on what it hits on, pretty good. Like your 2 on a 5 is pretty good. It reduces the roll of your ship, so it's gonna make your ship into a beefcake no matter what. It gives an extra movement value, which is always going to be very useful. And then it gives +2 capacity. So it basically turns your 1 flagship into like a super ship, which, you know, depending on the flagship, very, very useful. The problem is, at the end of the day, it's only 1 ship. So unless you have, like, the Nomad hero, this is not, like, necessarily going to revolutionize your world. I would not draft this early. Unless you're unless you literally have Nomad starting fleet and you start with the ship and then all of a sudden this is like a super fast, high capacity unit, or unless you've already drafted some of the other Nomad abilities, like the one that makes the flagship free. This is cool, but again, it's only for 1 ship. I'd rather have, you know, a super beefy fleet of cruisers or dreadnoughts than I would have a single ship that can fight real good. So, Echo of Ascension, it's not a D tier for me, but I think it is C tier. I just say that too because, like, adding extra dice is one of the stronger things that you can do, but it's not worth your draft. Like, not only because it's not that strong compared to the abilities, but also because you only get in the initial draft 2 units, or 3 units technically. So you really need to be getting unit upgrades, in my opinion, and not this. So next up, we'll talk about the mechs. This is the same principle. These modify your existing mech infantries. And then what you get are the Eidolon and they're both Eidolons, really. You get Land Waster and Terminus, I guess. Let's go ahead and pull those up. Here we go. Okay. There's also Valifar Prime. We'll talk about that in a second here. So, okay. So Eidolon Terminus. So, this is just... I think they stack. I could be wrong about that, but... your mech gets +1 to its combat value. Whoop-de-doo. Who cares? Who cares? I mean, you only get 4 mechs. If you've got, like, plus dice on your mechs, then this is good, I guess. But, and to be fair, like, mechs hitting on a 5 means that, like, they do help you in the combat better. I don't see that many all-in on mech strategies. If you've got Gom Sekis, then go for it. But the fact that I have to say that Gom Sekis is the playmaker here, not Eidolon Terminus. To me, this is a D tier card. Not because, like, it's not useful, but because the opportunity cost is so high. Yeah. As for the Valifar Prime, this is a mech that costs 1 instead of 2. That's good. I mean, it's it means that your mech, instead of, like, being, like, worth 4 infantry. It's worth only 2 infantry, which is nice. I don't know. I mean, what is this at the end of the day? It's an economic ability. If I want an economic ability, I'm going to go grab the like Super Sarween Tool sleds. You know, I'm going to get one of the other things. I guess what you can say is, hey, this is an economic ability that you get out of your unit slot, but not really. Like, yeah, I don't know. This is also for me. This is a D. I don't find the ability of enhancing your mechs to be that good. Again, Gomsekis will change the equation, but that's a corner case, in my opinion. Draft these if you have Gomsekis. Eidolon Land Waster. This gives you extra combat die. So of the 3, this is definitely the best. 1 extra die is way better than hitting for like 1 less. This like beats the crap out of the Bullrife mech. But like again, I just don't think, unless you've got the mechs that fly like fight in space, I'm not sold on it. I won't say this one's D because there is a little bit more application here. Like the upside is higher. I'll put it in C. To me, this feels about equal to like something like ambush or raid formation. Combat abilities are pretty marginal. Yeah. Okay. Back to the tier list. So yeah, we've got all these in D and C here. Next up, we have the Exile. Exile is the Crimson Creus destroyer, and I don't think it places fractures, or not fractures, but like the sorrows and the stuff like that, because obviously like that's kind of the whole faction concept. So they're not going to go and do all of that. It has Lightwave. Yeah, they just said, okay, we'll give it Lightwave, which is fine. It's interesting that they don't let you have Lightwave, period. They just say, well, we can have certain ships that have Lightwave. The interesting thing about this is that it has Lightwave unconditionally, which no other unit has. However, you're not getting that much out of it. Like, this doesn't have capacity like Strikewing Alphas do. So, I don't know. I mean, what I will say in its favor is that it has 4 movement. So, it's a destroyer with 4 movement and Lightwave, which, for accomplishing action phase, combat, space area stuff, can be good. You know, you can grab these pretty much anywhere. Like, if you're fighting, you can pull these from wherever, which is helpful if you have a lot of fleet supply, but personally, I think this is too taxing on fleet supply. This is good if you just need a destroyer too. I think this is better than a regular destroyer too. If your opponent's beating you down with fighters, this can be good. But I'm not sold on it relative to the other stuff here. Lightwave is a good tech, but Lightwave is a good tech mostly because it allows you to transport things and capture things, which this does not do. So it's a C tier. It's fine. It's not breaking any boundaries. Now we have floating factories. Oh boy. I guess I should probably go ahead and finish off the destroyers first. And I think there's 2 more of those. So let's talk about the Strikewing Alphas, which I just mentioned. Strikewing Alphas are good for a couple reasons. The main one is that they fight better, or the main one is they have capacity. So carrying a fighter means that they're way better in combat. Carrying infantry is more important. It helps you hugely with your expansion phase. And then, yeah, you can also have them be better in combat. Their actual combat roll is a little bit better, which is pretty important on a unit that already rolls pretty badly anyway. And then they have pretty good AFB as well. So, yeah, I mean, they also destroy infantry in space areas. That doesn't come up a lot, but it can matter if let's say you've got Strikewing Alphas on defense, your opponent's coming, they're trying to take your systems. This does allow you to, potentially weaken the invading force. So I think Strikewing Alphas are good because you have the confluence of abilities. You have a defensive ability, you have some offensive ability, you have movement speed, you have capacity, you have combat. You're doing so much. It's an A tier unit, and I didn't think it was for a while. And they're not that good against dreadnoughts. If your opponent's on non-Euclidean and you didn't get raid formation, they're not that good. Or if your opponent's on like Exos, they're not that good. But they're just so convenient. Now you do kind of need a starting fleet that has destroyers. If you don't have a starting fleet with destroyers, they're not amazing. So maybe you want to say that they're B tier for that reason. Um, yeah, I guess they're kind of starting fleet dependent, but still they have so much utility. They can get you Mechatol early. They can get you. If you have these, you're never going to have a problem with fight with precision. They're high B, I guess. They're high B. There are capacity ships though. They are demanding on fleet pool, and they kind of need support. So I think yeah, B is right. They're not as good as they are for Argent Flight because Argent Flight is built around them. Argent Flight has all these AFB bonuses. They have a starting fleet of destroyers. So, it's not as good because you need more things to go right. But I think B tier is the right place for them. And then I think there's also a Roundel destroyer as well. Link ship, yes. And link ships are weird. they're weird. So the same ability, AFB 6x3, 2 move, 1 cost, 8 combat. So right now we're just looking at a regular destroyer too. What it does is that when it retreats, you may destroy 1 ship in the active system. Either you can be the attacker or the opponent's the attacker, but you destroy one of your opponent's ships that is damaged or doesn't have sustained damage. So, I don't really have enough experience with this to say. I think it's kind of marginal, to be honest. Real now have this whole strategy based on retreating and skirmishing with their PDS and things, and assuming you can't get that, I'm just not really sold on this. I think most of the time I'd rather have the Exiles. The 4 move is going to make him better at combat in general, and the Light Wave is going to make them more usable. You just don't retreat that often, and when you do retreat, usually you're trying to deal make with your opponent. So I don't really like this. It's not like a passy ship either. I don't think this is D because I do think it has some value, but I think it requires too many things to go right to be useful. For me, I think this is probably bottom of C. I think it's probably worse than Exile. I'm going to put it in D. It's not horrible, but you don't want to be drafting this. You really don't. You just need too many things to go right for it to be good. Okay, so now that we're done with destroyers, let's talk about floating factories. Floating factories are super duper busted. They are crazy good. You will never lose Mechatol ever. This allows you to kill your opponents. This allows you to do crazy shit. You get a high production value from them, so you solve all your production problems. They move like spaceships. They have the crazy stealth bomber nonsense where they can't be shot out by space cannons. It allows you to move and produce. It's basically the Arborex whole concept. It's not as good as Litani 2 because you can have a bajillion Litani and you can have 3 of these. And of course, there are some weaknesses to them. The reason that this probably is S. I was going to say this isn't S because you kind of need chaos mapping and you kind of need nomadic for this to really be good. I don't know. I think it might still be S. I'm going to say it's A. Not because floating factories aren't S as a mechanic, but because in this version of the game, put it top A. In this version of the game, you're not guaranteed to get the things that make floating factories crazy. You're not guaranteed to get nomadic. You're not guaranteed to get chaos mapping. And so as a result, it's kind of a problem. And then also, you're not guaranteed to necessarily be in a situation where leaving your home system without a space dock is a good idea. For SAR, it's always a good idea. Their home planets are terrible and they don't care if they lose them. But if you're drafting this, all right, you got floating factories, fine. Cool. But if you leave your home system and you're not producing in your home system and you probably don't have Latanis and floating factories, that would be kind of a waste. So you're probably not going to be getting any ability to build your home system anymore. And if you don't have nomadic, that can be a death sentence. So I'm not saying it's not an amazing, amazing unit. But I do think in this particular game mode, it is not as broken as typically is the case for Clan of Sar. Okay. Are there any more space docks? I feel like those are the two. We talked about the Volwraith Cabal one also, even though it was a unit. Oh yeah, there's the Bastion one. It's called Helios Entity. And what Helios Entity... Oh my gosh, you can tell I'm really... My voice is starting to break down after however many hours. I think we're at like 2.5 now. The problem with the Helios Entity... It's not terrible. It's fine. It's basically an economic advantage. You can get +2 resources on the planet. Cool. Fine. 2 resources around is not bad. That's like a decent agent most of the time. And it also increases your production capacity. So, your production capacity is 4 more than what the planet would be. And you're not tied to having the horrible home system that the last Bastion have. So you can, use this on like a good home system and be in pretty good shape. So I don't hate this. It's an economic advantage in your unit slot. The problem is it's not giving you capacity. It's not giving you movement speed. I think you're better off finding this somewhere else, to be honest. Floating Factory is much, much better. I would even say the Hakan thing is better too, typically speaking. If what you want's economy, I'd rather have the Hakan dock as well. It's not horrible. I'm not talking about D tier here, but the opportunity cost I think is too high. Taking in a vacuum, I'd love to have it, but you're just kind of you can't afford to sacrifice the other things you could be getting instead. So I think it's a C tier. It's a C tier dock. Meaning that the docks now are grading out at like A tier for the floating factories. We'll put, say, B tier for production biomes, and then C tier for the last Bastion, who yet again has yet another mechanic that is not very good. Okay. Now we are on to guild agents. This is a completely new thing for this version of the game. Guild agents, and after you move this unit into a system that contains other players' units, so this is going to trigger like probably after space combat or before space combat. Sorry, you may look at that player's action cards and take one of them. So basically, this is the Magion. Now, this is a very interesting take on Magion. Because unlike Magion, you have to move the unit, right? So you have to attack somebody. So you can kind of see here where they're trying to push the game in a more combat-heavy direction, which I think is good for the game overall. The interesting thing, though, is that this isn't once per round. This doesn't exhaust. So you can potentially do this multiple times. Whereas Magion, unless you had the Biostims combo, you only do it 2 times. You could do this 4 or 5 times if you really want to. And the action cards in this game are very good. So I think this kind of falls under the purview of cards or techs that make warfare profitable. If you pick up, like a draw a secret objective or a Rise of a Messiah or whatever from this off an opponent, not only are you making that opponent weaker, but you are significantly enhancing your game. I think the value of this is contingent upon how you are composing the action card deck, but I do think it's very strong. So I'm going to say, you kind of do need a little bit of crafty to not overload your hand, but it's fine. You just discard the worst card. To me, this is like an A tier effect. Yes, the reason it's not S is because you do kind of need your opponents to how do I say this? Like, you need your opponents to have good cards. That's the first thing. The second thing is you have to attack them. So there's on some level, like, and it's when you move the unit in. So it doesn't work on defense. So you have to be attacking. So this requires a pretty aggressive playstyle. It could blow up in your face. There's an argument to be made that maybe this should be B for that reason. I mean, Magion is safer. Yeah, Magion is safer. This isn't a stall. Okay, we'll say it's top of B tier. Definitely better than Orbital Drop. I don't know, though. I mean, it is. So what if it's bait? Like, it's good bait. Like, you know what I mean? Magion is better. Magion is better. But, like, imagine if you get Gom Sekis with this. Like, oh my god, dude. There's more combo potential here. Like, Gom Sekis with this, like, you just win. You just win. So, I don't know. It's on the borderline. I think, you know what? Prophecy of Kings has shown us that Magion is pretty OP. We'll put Guild Agents in A. Even if it's probably not as good as Magion. Okay. Okay. Next, we have Hell Titans. Hell Titans are one of the coolest units in the game. They're one of the things that makes Titans so funky. And if you're not familiar with Hell Titans, which you probably are, I don't want to spend too long explaining them because this video is already long enough already. It's a structure and a ground force, so it turns your PDS into ground troops. Giant robots that can fight. Planetary Shield as always. Space Cannon 5 as always. Sustained damage, so very, very good with non-Euclidean shielding. Very, very good with Gom Sekis. And then Production 1. So these are like your big fat Latanis. They're not really Latanis, but they're kind of like them. I love Hell Titans. They're awesome. Now, if we're assuming that you're not getting Gom Sekis, I think we have to assume here, they're not that amazing. I mean, they allow you some space area control, and they do give you some extra production. But, like, they're not... And I guess they help you control the ground, too. But they're not going to help you economically. They're not going to help you go out and take people's planets. And there's no transit diodes for you to move these around in this version of the game, as far as I'm aware. So, as much as I love the Hell Titans... And this also doesn't give you a way to build them. Like, you can't just train these. They don't have a cost. So you still have to place them with construction, which is pretty slow. I think in this version of the game, they're kind of in B. You know, they're good. I wouldn't draft them early. Draft Gom Sekis early and then go with Hell Titan afterwards. You know, it's fun unit if you can get it. Can do some cool things in some situations. It's fundamentally situational with some nice little effects. Okay, that's Hell Titan. I guess let's keep going. Let's finish the pattern of like talking about a type of unit. So if we're talking about PDS here, there's two more. There's a Winu one, which is new to me, and then there's an Extra one, which is also interesting. So Extra, always the quote unquote PDS faction that doesn't actually have a PDS upgrade. In this version of the game, they gave him one. It's very simple. It's called Keeper Matrix. It has plasma scoring, basically. You can use it in adjacent systems, and you get an extra die. So, you fire 2 shots instead of 1. It's really nothing that special. I mean, it's cool that it exists. I love the shout out for the extra. It's it can add up, right? Like each of these fires too, so it is better than plasma scoring, right? If you have 2 PDS, that's 4 shots. If you have 3 of these, it's 6 shots. If you have that Argent ability, it's 7 shots. Good with the Jildar Commander. But I think the PDS as a unit is just fundamentally limited by the fact that it's not good at accomplishing things proactively. You're not really going to be able to use this to take a ground combat. You can't really take plants with this. So, I mean, it's fine. It's good for the PDS secret, but I think PDS fundamentally falls in the category of like once you have a core fleet composition, once you've figured out, your carriers and your fighters, once you've figured out your cruisers or your dreadnoughts, then this can look pretty good. But you don't want this before you've done that. So for me, if this is clearly worse than a Hell Titan. If Hell Titans are B, I think this is C. It's fine. Nothing special. It definitely makes you spiky. Like, it makes you hard to attack. And there's some value to that, for sure. I guess if we think about it as a defensive tech, like a nullification field or something there. But it requires investment that those things don't. Like, nullification, Neuroglaive, like, you don't need to do much. Whereas this, you need to actually build the PDS, which you don't always want to do. You don't win games by defending. Last one is the Winu PDS here. And that's called the Justiciar Rail. Yeah, I don't know. It is the Justiciar Rail. You can use this unit's space cannon ability against ships that are adjacent. Yeah, that's pretty standard. And it's a graviton. They took a lot of the text out of the game because I guess the splicing replaces the technology deck, so they kind of added the text back in certain ways. So like this is cool because it's like better than Graviton Later System, which is super situational. So like there's something to be said for that. But at the end of the day, besides the Graviton, it's just a PDS. And yeah, like if your opponent doesn't see it coming, you can blow up their War Sun with it if you roll lucky. But there's no plasma scoring in this, so I don't know. It's fine. To me, it's definitely chaff. Like, you don't prioritize this at all. I won't say that it's D tier, but is it though? Like, because Graviton is one of the worst techs in the game. I mean, PDS2 is fundamentally not that terrible of an ability, though. Like, if all you're getting out of this is PDS2, it's probably fine. Yeah, we'll say it's C tier. It's like, it's probably better for you than Ambush, I guess. Whatever that's worth. Okay, that's all the PDS. So now we have Hybrid Crystal Fighter. So I guess we'll talk about fighters, although I'm thinking about it. Yeah, we'll do fighters. So there's a lot of fighter replacements here, which is kind of interesting. I think there's like 4 of them. Yes. No, there's 3. There's 3. So they have a Nalu one, an Empyrean one, and a Nazaroko one. So let's talk about it. So all fighters have to do kind of the same stuff. They can fly independently. They hit on 7s, that kind of thing. But the hybrid crystal fighters, the thing about them is they don't cost they cost half as much fleet supply. So they cost half a fleet pool instead of a full fleet pool. So you can. It just means you can spam more of them, and fighters are already the most cost efficient unit. So if you've got the right setup for them, they're good. Fighters are very good in this game, and I find that in this mode, you're able to defeat the production capacity limitations more frequently. Part of that is because the space dock upgrades are available and pretty decent, some of them. So I think that this ends up being very strong. Hybrid Crystal Fighters are kind of ridiculously good. The only thing I'll say is that it looks like they did not retain the traditional combat bonus that Nalu normally get on them. So these guys don't hit on like a crazy number or anything like that. But 7, it's good. It's good. The problem is these can't transport anything. I think you need to focus on cruisers, dreadnoughts, war suns, carriers first. But if all you want to do is win a combat, Hybrid Crystal Fighter is like an A tier tech. Yeah. Next up is and I don't know why they didn't call this like the Tribune. This is a Triune. Maybe that's just a word I'm not familiar with. It sounds Latin. And this is for the Empyrean, although again, it doesn't really matter who it belongs to in this mode. So this is basically like the game's replacement for the Watchers. Watchers, obviously extremely powerful. Two resources for sabotages. Really good. This is the exact same concept as the Watcher, except it's 3 fighters instead. That's it. Other than that's a normal fighter. Watcher is like a super powerful effect. The action cards are more powerful in this version of the game, as stated many times. So I think we have to go ahead and say that this is also very, very good. It's going to win you combats. It's going to help you with economy. Not economy. It's going to help you with objectives as well. It's very good. I'm going to put it in. Honestly, it's A tier with Hybrid Crystal Fighter. Same general concept. They're just variations on each other for the most part. Watchers are good though. Morphwing. Morphwing is the Nazroka version of this, and it can be moved without being transported. Again, same normal fighter stuff. Now here's the weird thing. The Morphwing is the Dalu flagship. I guess they liked that ability, wanted to keep it. It can participate in a ground combat. So it can kind of become like an infantry unit if you commit to the ground. The only thing is it can't actually stay on the planet. It's got to go back in the space area. Oh, no, it doesn't actually. Oh my gosh, you can convert it into an infantry. I was wrong. You can convert it into an infantry or return to the space area. Well, that is pretty dang good. Wow, fighters to help you win ground combats. That is, I'm not going to say it's S tier because it's really just a warfare advantage, but it makes you pretty damn scary at warfare, I gotta say. That is, wow. Well, that's got to be A tier for sure. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Now, we've got all the fighters done. Next up, we have Latani Warrior. Oh, man. The big head honcho himself. This is, in my opinion, and maybe this is wrong, the single strongest thing in the game that you can draft. The thing about Latani Warrior 2. So it's a Production 2 infantry. That's all it does. Production 2. The entire Arborec faction is terrible because they had to find some way to make Latani 2 balanced. Right? Horrible home system. Terrible hero. Mediocre commander. Nothing burger technologies. Terrible starting fleet. There's nothing to love. Like, the promissory note wasn't good. Like, everything about this faction was not only blank, it was worse than average. Because Latani 2 are so dangerous that they had to shackle Arborec to make the game fair. Well, what if you just drafted Arborec on a faction that had a normal home system and good abilities? It's almost unfair because this is going to show up. There's not that many units, so Latani Warriors are going to show up pretty frequently, and that player is going to win pretty frequently. There's some predators in the ecosystem, like the Dragon Warsub, but it's brutal, man. The Latani Warriors allow you to go on a warpath like almost no one else. The floating factories are similar, but you take anything, you just build whatever the heck you want there. And it's Production 2. from the beginning of you getting it. So one infantry can produce 2 infantry. One infantry can produce a war sun and a dreadnought. I mean, it's whatever you want, man. It's really strong. And the only thing holding it in check is that you can't get Sarween tools. You have to get the sleds, but the sleds are better than Sarween tools. So if you get this plus sleds, it should be GG. You just kill your neighbors, unless they've got like incredibly good, like if they've got like hybrid crystal fighters, maybe you can't kill them. But as long as like you can keep your economy going decently well, you got like a 4 commodity faction, just outproduce them, kill them. You got 2 slices, you win. Pretty simple. You don't make it all. You never have to leave. You got 1 million infantry on there. They can't dislodge you. Go wherever you want. It's yours forever. Yeah. That's enough talking about Litani 2. Next is Prototype War Sun 2. Or just Prototype War Sun as they call it. The cool thing about this is that unlike Muat, who has a long journey where they have to crawl over broken glass to get their War Sun 2, you, in this version of the game, in this mod we'll call it, can just have it if you want. Yeah, you can just have it. It's you can start with it. It has combat value 3x3, 2 move, 6 capacity. So it doesn't have the 3 move that the real Muat War Sun has. They knew they couldn't give that to you round 1, or else people would be literally like murdering their friends on the first turn of the game, which would actually be possible if this had 3 movement. And technically it's possible with all the cruisers. Like, if you have a cruiser every start, you can literally zoom them right into your friend's home system. If you win the fight, man, which you probably will with the Sagittaria, they're dead. But they tried to prevent the War Sun from having that. So it's just a War Sun 2 basically. That's all it is. You get the 6 capacity, and also this will it gives you the apologies, I'm like stuttering here. It gives you movement through supernovas. Well, it's a War Sun, so fine. For whatever reason, they decided they were going to take the Prototype War Sun 2 and basically make it the Jolnar War Sun instead. But the actual Muat Prototype War Sun is really functionally just a War Sun. And a War Sun's fine. It's a good unit. It's scary. Can move through supernovas. That's cool. But War Suns, as we all know, are not like the strongest units ever. Again, they're fine. Nothing crazy. I would say it's like C tier. Yeah, you can move through supernovas. Who cares? I kind of feel like they did Muat dirty. Although, again, Muat's not in this, so it doesn't really matter. And then next we have the two other War Suns. And I've talked about this one just now. The University War Sun. This is the actual Prototype War Sun 2. Cost 10. And then moves 3. So that's really what you care about in your War Sun. Now you do end up getting that Jolnar disadvantage where you roll 4 on a 3 instead of 3 on a 3. Honestly, man, you're going to hit most of those anyway. That doesn't really make that much of a difference. Like, 4 on a 3 is still pretty brutal. It does bombard worse as well. So, it's not as strong as the true Muat Prototype War Sun 2. The thing flies 3 spaces, man. You can go kill your friend with this. Now, that being said, you have to start with Muat Fleet, right? You got to start with Muat Fleet, because no one else starts the War Sun. And maybe that's why they made the combat values worse, so that the starting fleets could maybe handle it. But I'm going to be real with you. No starting fleet can handle this. It's 4 on a 3, man. It's good. It's very good. I would put University War Sun as like an A tier unit. The 10 cost really does make a huge difference. This is a capacity unit. It's very fast. It hits hard, and it addresses the critical flaw of the War Sun being too expensive. So, great unit. Nothing bad to say about it. Okay. Last War Sun is called the Dragon Freed. Kind of weird. It's one of those weird, like, obsidian cult units. And what it does, it limits you to only having one War Sun because it is so powerful. And by the way, starting with these techs doesn't mean you start with the War Sun, unless you have the Muat fleet. It is so powerful, I guess, that they had to limit it. You can only have one of them. It's a regular War Sun, same stats as the Muat War Sun, sustained damage, bombardment, all that. But it bombards its system and every adjacent system, including your own systems. This is beautiful design. It's so fun. It's so cool. It terrified the crap out of me today when I was playing Litani's. I mean, it's a War Sun. It's got all the same problems that War Suns usually have. But it's cool. And oh my god, it's devastating. So, I'm going to say it's B. It's better than the prototype War Sun. But, you know, it's... I don't know. The fact that you kill your own stuff is also a problem. We'll say that much. Okay. So that's the War Suns. Now all we have left is the Vortexer. I don't know what a Vortexer is. Let's take a look. Vortexer. That's kind of a funny word. Oh, it's a carrier I missed. I'm sorry. There are 3 carriers. Okay. Well, that's good. So this just gives you amalgamation on its system and adjacent systems. And then you can reanimate the captured stuff in the carrier system. It's a pretty good ability. Amalgamation is powerful. We put amalgamation, in the... we put it in A tier, didn't we? Did I put it in B? I'm trying to look for the red. I'm pretty sure amalgamation was an A. No, we'll put it in B. Well, this is better than amalgamation because you need a carrier. Like you need capacity ships. It's not optional. And this one also gives you one of the most important abilities in the game. And it places the units for you. This is an S tier ability. This is awesome unit. It's not as good as the Tiny 2s, but it's up there. It's up there. Okay, so got that out of the way. Last is an infantry that I missed, Yin Clone. Let's take a look. If I can find the dang thing. There it is, Yin Clone. Okay. After this unit is destroyed or removed, interesting that they don't have the Mahawked Crimson Infantry. I guess because thematically it wouldn't work since you're playing as the Mahawked here. I think it would still be fine because like Mahawked presumably fight with Mahawk soldiers, but it's not a big deal. So basically, Yin Clone is interesting. It's an infantry 2, which isn't that useful of a unit, honestly, without some big help. But when it dies, it always dies to the card. So better than the Soul Gen Synthesis, you always get to retain it. And you can put it on any planet, not just your home system planet. So it has to wait for the status phase, but they literally clone themselves back and reanimate every single time. So, very good with Gom Sekis. I keep saying that. Helps keep your infantry numbers up. It's good if you have production problems. It's not a substitute for a ship. It's not amazing, but it is fun. It's better than the Soul ability, the Spec Ops training. I'm willing to put it in B. Really, it should be C. Put it in C, and I think we should downgrade Spec Ops training down to probably I don't know. It's defense. I guess we'll keep it in C, with just acknowledging that this is a better C tier ability. Yeah. That's all of the units. So now all we have left are the genomes. Genomes are agents, if you're not familiar. So let's go ahead and take a look at the genomes. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to OBS here, and we're going to put the agents right on top so you can see them. Here they all are. Let's start with action, and then we'll go to altruistic. Huh? I'm confused. Oh, are they ordered in the wrong... Yeah, they're ordered in different ways because they're alphabetized in one of them. Whatever. Not a big deal. Okay, so anyway, starting with action. If I can find the damn thing. There he is. He's the bottom. Okay, so this lets you spend commodities as trade goods. It's interesting, right? So in most metas, this is only useful in games where you're ahead and you're getting frozen out of trade, right? People don't want to trade with you. Whatever. But if we accept the premise that this version of the game is much more combative and fighty, I think this could be good. The problem is like, okay, well, where are the commodities coming from? Really, like industrial explorers? I don't know. Yeah, you can use this to have trade goods that can't be interacted with off of trade secondary. I just don't think very highly of these abilities. If you're in a situation where you can't find a single person to watch your commodities because you don't have a single friend, you're probably losing anyway. And if you're in a situation where you're 5v1ing the table, and you're winning, you don't need this. So, yeah. Next is altruistic genome. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Although it's... Hold on. Altruistic genome. They're alphabetized by faction, so it's Titans. So it would be... Come on, man. Where are they? They're not alphabetized. I guess they're organized by, like... Ugh. Why are they doing this to me? Anyway, I'm not going to focus on it. It's just whenever hits produced against a unit, you can cancel one of the hits. It's Tungstenus, I think, or Tellurian. I think it's Tellurian's name of the guy. It's a useful effect. It's not like crazy or anything, but it consistently will help you. It's half a shield's holding. You can sell it. It's always going to do something good. It's not like anything crazy. It's fine. You'd prefer an economic ability usually. It's better if you have a lot of high value ships, like if you have a War Sun. Whatever. It's not a big deal. It's good against like Devotion, but how often are you seeing people play Devotion? It's good for ground combats. Move it up to B. It's good for ground combats. But it's like whatever. Okay, aristocratic genome. Aristocratic genome is baronies, and I got this many times today, and I discarded every time. I just don't think very highly of this ability. It's good if you have a ship firing on a 4 or like a 3. It's just not that good in large combats. This is the barony agent. Start of a space combat round, exhaust the card to grow an extra die on the ship. Okay, fine, whatever. Half the time that unit misses anyway, and then it's like, what am I doing here? Like, yeah, this is just so minor. If you're in a big 5 ships versus 5 ships battle, this is going to be too small to register. And if you're in a small battle, then it could have an effect, but it might do nothing. So this is D for me. It doesn't do anything useful. Next is Breach Genome. This is the Crimson Creus agent. And it's kind of interesting. Like, where is he? There he is. Oh yeah, this is the awesome one. This is the swap. So you choose two swaps. You choose 2 ships to swap their positions, and you can transport units. So it allows you to have destroyers out on the map, and then you can switch them into big important ships. Now, this is an action, which normally is a good thing. In this situation, probably a bad thing because you kind of need fleet log to really take good advantage of this. It's a useful, fun ability. It's nothing special. I mean, in some way, it's a transportation ability. It helps you with your start because you can doesn't restrict you on like whatever the ship is locked down. So you can transport the units. So it's almost like an extra move sometimes. I'm not gonna say it's a D tier ability, but it's kind of a C tier ability. Clever players can get it up to B, but it's kind of where it belongs. Brutal Genome, that is the L1Z1X. Okay. Hold on, sorry. Brutal Genome, just this one is the L1 agent. They're just the agents for the most part. Activate a system. You can modify a mech and an infantry into a mech. Hypothetically, that's $1.50 of value. In practice, this just isn't very good. The timing window is just too restrictive. You don't want to draft this. There's good agents out there. It's not as bad as the Barony one. I guess I'll put it in. Should I put it in C just because it does something? I don't know. I mean, it depends on kind of like what the mech you got was. If your mechs are incredible, like if you got watch your tier mechs, it's good. But I'll put it in C. It's barely hanging on in C, but it's still economy. It's still plastic. Okay. Next off is Captain's Genome. This is the super broken SAR agent. And let me make sure they didn't change anything about it. Yeah, no. It's just a gravity drive. It's just gravity drive, which is the best tech in the game, or one of the best techs in the game. So this is like an A tier ability. You could say it's S tier. I don't think it completely modifies the game. You can just like go kill your neighbor with this. But like, are you gonna do that? Yeah, it's A tier. It's broken. It's not broken. It's once per turn. Gravity drive is once per round. This is once per turn. So yeah, I mean it's probably not as good as that, but as good as gravity drive, I guess. Well, it's A tier either way. So I'm at the top of A tier, but it's A tier ability. You want to draft that highly, especially if your start or your slice is kind of wacky. Okay, and then we have the Clever Genome. That's the Yssaril. Now I think they had to change this because it doesn't. You can't really have the Yssaril agent in this. But no, I mean this has the textability of each other player's genome, so it's really the same thing. Yeah, so this was the best agent in Prophecy of Kings. It's still the best. Because it's anything. Now, I mean, you hit this instead of the card you wanted, but I mean, it's still incredible. Yeah, this is. I won't say it's S tier just because it's the same principle as singularities. I guess it's like a question of are any of the agents really S tier? And I kind of think they're not. So to me, Clever Genome is just kind of at A. It's like, all right, well, yeah. But a genome is not as powerful as an ability, so the ceiling is lower. Next up, we have Cosmic Genome. This is the Empyrean. I believe this is the same effect. This is if you know the agents, you know these. This is just, hey, you got a DET token, have a command counter. It's a good agent. It's one of the better ones. It's a consistently solid economy engine. I would say it's like B or A. It's top of B, bottom of A. We'll go top of B because you don't have the rest of the Empyrean package typically. Okay. Courier Genome. I had this one today. This one's awesome. This is basically like action. Draw 2 action cards, give 1 to a friend. This is incredible. The action cards in this expansion are broken, which makes this broken. It's also got insane diplomatic abilities. Yeah, it is. It's really good. It's S tier. I guess If this is S tier, we have to also put Clever Saru in S tier because Clever Saru can be him. Um, yeah, I guess so. And then we have Curious Genome. This is just the explore your planets. It's fine. Not as good without the NRA package. It's like B tier or something special. Um, Development Genome. This is the Argent Agent, which is not very good. Let me double check that. Although I'm seeing that it looks like maybe there's two of those. Um, I think I see another Argent one. Yeah, I mean it's like in the end of the player's turn, you reinforce the system with ground forces. I mean, it helps you when you're trying to fight. Helps you keep stuff that it doesn't give you more ground forces. Like some of these agents will just give you more stuff. This doesn't give you more stuff. It helps you move your stuff around in pleasing ways. D tier. Diplomatic Genome. This is the extra agent. It's fine. It's $2. It's sometimes it's more if you have a really sick planet. And the ability to remove inventory is decent. We'll put it in B tier. Divine Genome. This is basically reduce your production cost by 2. This is a one-time sleds, right? It's like the Super Sarween, just one extra time. It's like B tier. It's the same general concept as the extra. It's two resources. Enigmatic Genome. This is the one that gives you the fighters when you go through wormholes. If you're not playing Ghosts of Creus with all their other stuff, you don't care about this. So, and we need to put this in D tier. Experimental Genome. This is the Jolnar agent, except it's actually a little better because what you can do here, if I'm not mistaken, they have 2 of these now, so I have to double check. But this is the one that I think that lets you spend resources to research. There's Research Genome, and then there's Experimental Genome. So, okay, so one of them is Jolnar, and one of them is Deep Rot. So, Experimental is you can kill your inventory for 1 resource apiece for any purpose. It doesn't have to be research, which is actually really good. You can use this for objectives. Now, you kind of have to have Latani to make good use of this, to be honest. Or you have to have Indoctrination or the other infantry spam type stuff. But it can be really good. It means that if you get, do your math wrong, you can recover yourself. It's fine. I wouldn't say it's great. Like, the other ones give you resources. This makes you have to, this is like C tier. It's fine. It's got a useful scenario, but nothing special. Human Genome. This is extra die for ground force. This is the same thing as the Barony one. It's bad. It's potentially worse than the Barony one actually, because at least the Barony can do theirs on ships that hit on a 3 or a 2. Best you can do with this is a mech. But ground combats are more restrictive, and there's fewer ways to influence it. So this does probably have a bigger effect than the Barony Genome does. Either way, they're both D tier. Sufian, there's no pillage associated, so you kind of have to say that player pays you a trade good. But it's still good. Action cards are amazing. This is A tier. Okay, then we have Investment Genome. That's basically Nomad. And this is the when you gain trade goods from the supply ability. So you put a copy of them on the Investment Genome, and then you put them in your bank. Good if you can get the Future Sight thing, which gets you 9 trade goods. So it's kind of a combo piece, we'll say. C tier combo piece. It's fine. I guess it's slow, but it does probably pay you more than 2 a round usually. I think it's C tier, honestly. You kind of have to have a combo going. But if you get a combo going, it's worth $9. I will put it in B. It's pretty debatable, but we'll put it in B. Okay, Limit Genome. This is the Nalu. I don't know really what the reasoning behind the name there was. In what way is Nalu the Limit faction? I'm a little confused by that. Um, so it's pretty good. This is the new Nalu agent. It's kind of like an unexpected action sort of thing. It's very strong. I don't think I would say that it's like S tier, but it is definitely A tier. It's at the better end of A tier as well. And then you've got Mirror Genome. This is for the new faction, the Obsidian. And this is basically like you can make your ships immune to space cannon, so they can kind of stealth past the space cannon. It's fine. PDS2 is more common here than it is in the regular game, so maybe that matters to you. I don't find it that impressive. It's not useless. It's like C tier. It's fine. Situationally, it's good. Molten Genome. This allows you to produce 2 units at a flagship or a war sun. The problem here is that if you didn't get the starting fleet of the Nomad or the starting fleet of the Muad, then this doesn't necessarily help you that much. You can use it in the mid game, which is nice. It's not terrible. It's one of the better agents, but being unpaired from Muad is a problem. So for that reason, I put it in C and not B tier. Next, we have the Pacific Genome. I don't exactly know what their meaning of Pacific here is because, like, it's not pacifistic and it's not in the ocean. So I have to, I guess, look up Pacific in the dictionary after this to see if I'm missing something. And you just upgrade a ship by 2. It's fine. It's really tailored towards the Arbrecht start. But hey, if you don't get if you don't get Carrier 2, this can let you convert your starting carriers into warships. Not bad. It's 2 resources, but it's a more restrictive 2 resources than the others. I feel that it's kind of a C. If you have a bad starting fleet, then it's good, but you don't really want to be designing things around patching up holes in your faction. You'd rather just be doing something excellent. But hey, if you just got screwed on the home system, then maybe you have to. Ravenous Genome. This is kind of a weird one, partly because you can't really use Cabal's agent. It just doesn't really work. Well, actually, it's just straight up the Cabal agent. So yeah, you capture. It's weird because you don't have assimilate, but it's a free unit. Depending on the commodity value of the table, and the commodity value of the table will probably be pretty high on average. There's got to be at least 1 person to 4. So it's captured Dreadnought. It's not bad. It's worth more on average than the other economics, which are 2 on average. So I don't want to say this is A because it's really not game changing, but it's a decent amount of plastic. Definitely higher in B than the others. And then we have Recursive Genome. This is fine. This is not as flexible as the regular Necro agent, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but basically you discard an action card or a command token to gain 2 trade goods. It's fine. It only gives you trade goods. You can get rid of bad ACs. Necro in Prophecy of Kings kind of is better with this because you're going to draw a bunch of action cards on your general abilities from your commander. So this is not quite the same in terms of value. It's flexible and that's awesome, but you usually don't want to spend a command token for 2 trade goods. That's a pretty much desperation play. So it's mostly just discarding action cards. The problem is the action cards in this expansion are loaded, so you probably don't want to discard them for $2. This is an amazing agent. This is one of the weird mechanics that got worse. It's a C. It's still good. It's just not it's not game breaking. We have the Deep Rot agent, which is pretty cool. When a player starts a splice, you can add 3 to the splice. So it's kind of helping everybody. But if you're the person splicing, it helps you the most. So it kind of goes along with that research theme. It's very cool. This is good for putting together combos because it gives you a greater view. You're getting a larger pack to pick first from. Probably wouldn't use it on someone else unless they pay you a lot or they don't have a very good draft. it's already kind of helping the other players a lot. So the problem with this one is that you kind of need to have 2, 7, or 6 to get a good value out of this. If people pay you enough, then fine. But it's interesting. I'll give it that. I think again, like if it gets you if it gets you like the Latani 2, Valkyrie Particle Weave, Sarween Tools combo because you draw more cards, then this is great. But I don't think it's usually going to do that. I think it's usually going to help out all the players simultaneously, which is sometimes a dangerous strategy. It's fine. It's in C tier, I think. Okay, and then we have yet another Argent Flight one. This is like the Argent Flight hero, but let me see if I can find it. This is for the Last Bastion. No, this is for Argent. I guess this is just like a twist on the Argent guy, Scornful Genome, where basically like you produce ground forces, you can place them in adjacent systems, so I can produce them in my home system, put them somewhere else. Now you have to actually like control the planets, so it's not that amazing. Again, this is kind of part of that Argent theme of like shuffling dirt around. It's just not that useful. I've got this in D with the other one. Silver Tongue, or Silver Genome, I guess. Kind of funny that they didn't change the silver thing, even though it's an idiom, so it doesn't really, like, Silver Genome, what do you mean by that? It could have been like Charismatic Genome, but what am I complaining about here? So you either gain 2 commodities, that's $2 usually, or you replenish another player's commodities. So I mean, this isn't as good as it is on a con, because the con, can pretty much always trade, and they've got their kit built around this. But I mean, still, if there's a 3 or 4 commodity faction at the table, it's 2 trade goods. Trade goods are more fungible than a lot of the other things that are worth 2. They've kind of decided these are clearly worth 2. So yeah, it's like a B tier with the others. Requires more hoops to jump through, but if you're a good TI player, you should be able to make it work. Okay, next is the Yin. The Yin one, this is when a destroyer or cruiser dies, they get 2 fighters. It's actually pretty good, especially if you have like fighter 2s. You're like turning your cruiser into 2 more cruisers. It's a pretty good combat effect. You usually get some kind of benefit out of it. It's not like gonna blow anyone away, but yeah, it's probably B tier. Okay, so Swarm Genome. It's got the Gomsec as art, but it's actually just Tro. Or no, this is Tro's art. So basically, this just gives you 2 extra infantry at the end of your tactical action. Way better than the stupid Argent one that just lets you shuffle your infantry around. Very good with the right builds. Good with the Latanis. Good with the Yin infantry. Good with the what was the other one? The Yssaril infantry, if you can make that work. I like this one a lot. It's only technically worth $1. I think in practice it's really more like 2, and it can be even more, just because like you're reinforcing planets after you take them. You're reinforcing, it adds to your build, so it's like increasing your build capacity. It's deceptively good. I actually consider this to be like maybe an A. It's just that like it makes it really hard for people to take stuff from you. And like it adds up over time. Like those infantry, these don't count against your production capacity. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of A. Okay, you get like, okay, you can upgrade something by 2 for the Arborec one. That's fine, but like, how does that help you exceed your production capacity? Like, and then what if you've got like, what if you got a Dreadnought? What are you gonna do with that? You can't do anything with it. It's fine. Dreadnought's good, but not always. Maybe you're running cruisers. Okay, so this is Thunderian Genome, Temporal Genome. This just is Kronos from Cosmic Encounter. Lets you roll back to combat, re-roll the dice. It's for a round. I mean, it's pretty good. It's fine. It's like I wouldn't first draft this because I don't want to go into a game expecting that I'm going to need to use this. I would never pick this over Unrelenting. if I were offered both. But like, it's a competent agent. It's fine. It's like C tier. Then the last one is Last Bastion here, the Valiant Genome. And what this is like, it's like a, what was that action card called? Valiant to the End or something like that, Courageous to the End. After a unit's destroyed during a combat, this can be ground or space. And then you can roll a die, and if the unit hits on the way out, the enemy has to choose one of their units to destroy. So it's kind of just like a screw you ability. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, this does work during a space combat. So this can help you win an ongoing space combat. So unlike Courageous to the End, which I think only works after you lose a space combat, this could hypothetically help you win one. Basically, it's saying one of your dead units rolls another die. And they have to destroy a unit, but probably they'll destroy a fighter. So good against dreadnoughts, bad against fighters. Not impressing me. It's a combat ability, but not like a broken one. It requires you to lose something to work. It's D tier. And that's everything. Oh my god. This was like 3 hours. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope this helps you understand a little bit better about how Twilight Imperium works, and then how, Thunder's, not necessarily Thunder's Edge, but especially the Twilight's Fall works. If you're going into a Twilight's Fall game, I hope you find this helpful. Thank you a lot, and I hope you enjoyed.